No, you better tell us what happened. Everything goes back to paper. That'll be a fact. Yeah, only I miss the day.
So when the remote stuff happened, like.
You might need to put some support on it, just to push it through. You can find out it doesn't always stuff, but just that she's on board, everybody's on board. Okay. I'll let you know.
Oh, you're so very solid.
Yeah. Same. Same thing.
Sean, you survived.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm living.
Uh,
Okay.
Well, I made it back,
Yay.
but I do still believe that the pilots from Houston to San Antonio were speeding.
Probably.
We got here above, ahead of schedule. But so I didn't get the chance to see what happened at the trial at the end. So what ended up happening with the trial?
What did he get? 8 years, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. 8
Oh.
years probation.
Oh, so it was a guilty verdict?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost like what trial?
So, all right.
I'm confused.
It's been,
February. It's February 2nd.
it is. Right. So good morning, everyone. And Jason, thank you so much for the great welcome.
Oh, definitely.
All right, so I'm going to call the docket. If you're here, let me know you're here. If you don't answer the docket, I'm going to assume you're not here and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. In custody, we have Betty Jean Gonzalez, Tony De La Rosa, Jonathan Nicholas. In custody, we have Corey Senior. I always want to say senior, but it's senior. Carlos Herrera, Amethyst Garcia, Malik Bellevue, Abalu, Kevin Young, Gavina Vara, Mario Guerra.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Daniel Van Duzer. Brandon Cardona.
Here.
Robert Roth. Is that Roth or is that Roth or something? Robert Joseph Roth. Jonathan Allen is in custody. Carola Amador. Yannick Amoa. Yannick Prescott Tigo Amoa. Sergio Olvera. In custody, we have Roland Garza, Untambasi Aquari, John Gonzalez, Donnell Ward, Robert Lee Luna, Fernando Zepeda,
Here, Your Honor.
Juan Davila,
Here you are.
Mario Tovar, Devon Stryjek is in custody. Courtney Fry. Oh, he's on bond. All right, Devon Stryknick.
Judge, I believe the Admiral heard it, he's like, the defendant is the hospital got shot.
Okay,
He did a motion for 10 years with no one.
all right, thank you. Daniel Gonzalez is in custody. Joseph Anzadula.
Present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juan Carranza, custody. Caracilo Padilla. Am I pronouncing that first name correctly?
Heraclio?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know when it's a hard C or a soft C. What she said, last name Padilla. All right. Priscilla Gonzalez is in custody. Baldemar Hinojosa. Raul Hinojosa. Raul Hinojosa. Mario Pena.
Here, Your Honor.
In custody, we have Ronald Rodriguez. Francisco Reyes. In custody, we have John Ellis, Raydon Marshall, Antonio Casablanca. Zaracusa Tovar is in custody. Jesse Rabago. All right, anyone who's present and your name was not called or you came in late? What's your name? Anyone else?
Jonathan Nicholas, I heard you call my name, but I'm looking at 30.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Who's that with you?
Mother.
Thank you, Mom. Moms always want to make sure they're like, baby, raise your hand. Good job. All right, Mr. Simmons, you know who your attorney is?
Mr. McCray.
All right. All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. To attorneys, if you have someone who is in custody, once you request that person, do not leave the courtroom because that messes up with logistics. The criminal trial division, they have their files over here. Family violence or special crimes is over here. Just grab your file, place your file, on the desk of the prosecutor. I'm trying to keep the center of the court as least congested as possible because this is flu season, this is pneumonia season. And then I just heard, I think in the valley or something, they have some sort of viral infection that there's no cure for, something that's coming up from the desert. What is it called, John?
Arizona, that's what, valley fever.
Valley fever. So I don't know who's traveled to Arizona, but nobody wants to catch valley fever. So everyone, today is Thursday. It's cold outside. It's raining. Put some patience in your pocket, take it out as needed. And everyone, please confer.
Fixing got me.
Yeah, I told the judge.
Thanks.
Did he deserve it?
I don't know. We'll see if he lives. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Here on Devon Strike, we file a motion.
Just 1 second. You need to have them.
Yeah.
Give the file. Daniel.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, this is you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was dated, but they know.
All right. So yes, Devon Streichak.
Yes, so I'm in trial on the 290th. We picked a jury on Monday, so I'm gonna be there. My client is in ICU. He was shot the same day he was released.
Okay.
And we, if you look at the motion for continuance, I think it's makes us be working its way through the e-file. There's some photographic proof and everything else from it. He's attacked at AMC. So
Well, I mean, if you tell me you've investigated and he's there.
he's
then
there.
you're an officer.
We're trying to figure out if he was in a coma. I don't know if he's out of it or not, but I don't know. We'll figure out what we're
All right, where are you stationed in Toronto?
290th.
What are you trying?
Had sex assault.
All right, you're excused.
Like Judge,
You'll receive a notice in the mail the usual way.
yeah, if he's still out or there's an issue, we'll address it at that time.
All right, what I'll do is I'm gonna reset this. And I'm gonna reset it. I'm gonna give you, we'll put it on March 27th.
Mark 27. Good deal.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Yes.
Yeah, I can give. I can give. Oh.
Yeah, that was
Why are you being moved?
I think that one. That it lives in the front.
No.
There was
Part of that is that hurt me a little bit. There was a child. Like you.
Yeah, we are. I just came over here to-
It said like, if you know what they use.
There's my. There's my little-
It's up to you.
Monday and Thursday, it's a really short week.
No, I just had a case of a guy who shot.
Hey, how are you?
I, at least, that's what little negotiation.
His office
Get out
is
of
still
it.
appointed by the next one.
There you go.
Um, oh. They're going to shoot birds trial on 14th of April. I imagine it's the one that's. The court would want to go. I just want to make sure. They love this one, and then you're the doctor. It's kind of court they don't know.
Sure, just, who's the defense attorney? All right, Alfonso, I saw him around the corner, so we could probably discuss that with him, today.
Yeah, I couldn't just wanted to. Introduce it.
Okay,
Hey, did you hear that?
yes, well, it's curled, of course, tight because of the weather. So how things been going? How was the time with the children? Because it snowed in with the snow.
It went- I said there's a bigger. I was like, who counts with that? It's fine. I mean, it's all.
It is. They grow so fast.
Wilson County, Wilson. That in Rancho, Louisville, it's like, you're down there, that's all. That's right down there. I could live on the ranch for a while. Yeah, it's not a bad. 4 years, that's a hard. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I just do that.
Either way.
Yes. So you say it was rain.
You really should find him.
Maybe in 20 minutes.
All right.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Was there any? Oh, the roots.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Wow.
Let's get the.
Okay, let me look at it, Richard. Okay. Did you find
Yeah, Bertrand.
Uh, yes.
number 12?
The 2018 3520 W.
Yes.
So we were here last week. So NTAG with 5 new cases involving.
Okay, where's your client?
He's right
All right, he
here.
needs to come up.
Okay.
Okay, is it one?
All right, I'm sorry, you need to be on the other side. So what is happening with this case?
So the main allegations are 5 charges of possession of
Whisper?
child porn.
Yes.
I haven't seen it. And so I just talked to Denise 10 minutes ago, and she said she's stuck on 226, but could I go up to the 5th floor and do it right now? And I told her, yes, as long as it catch last one.
Sure. All right, go up there then. We'll wait for you to come back.
Okay.
All right, just have a seat.
Yeah. Wait, it's too long. Is that cool?
Oh, you did, okay.
Yes.
Antonio Casablanca.
Right in the middle, sir?
Right. But John, what's going on with this case?
Your Honor, there was a early termination, a motion for early termination status report filed. And it was denied. The state opposed the early term. It appears that Mr. Casablanca is not submitting his urinalysis. And he's not paying any of his fees.
All right, so, Mr. Casablanca, why are you not submitting your UA?
I don't have money.
Right, so when you're drug tested to,
I get $150 a month. That's all I get. I don't have any money. Like, I did the classes she asked me because that's all I could afford. Literally, I get $150 a month because child support takes the rest of it. Right now, I'm fighting for my VA. I got wounded in Iraq. I got shot in my leg and my buttocks. I'm fighting for my VA benefits because when the case first started, it started as a felony. And they canceled my benefits because of the fact that it was a felony case. Until February 17th is my last thing for the VA to dispute my thing because it's not a felony charge. It's a misdemeanor charge. So I have to get my checks back.
all right, so here's my question. When you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
CBD. I'm not gonna lie, CBD, because I don't take
All right, so
meds.
why are you, here's the thing, people find money for things that they shouldn't find money for. I always tell people, if it's important, you treat it like it's important. So you're gonna get drug tested today, and we're gonna see what the results are.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not getting off of probation early
Okay.
because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Now, if you can find money for CBD oil and all of that, you can find money for your drug testing. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And if too much money is being taken out of your check for child support, then you need to get another job.
I can't get a job. I'm wounded from Iraq. Like literally, I got shot in my leg and my buttocks. If I try to get a job, I get in trouble for all the payment that they've already given me. They're gonna file a back pay for it. That's the only reason
See,
I
I don't
can't work.
understand. And here's the thing, I respect the military. Majority of my family members have been in military. I don't understand the fact that someone is shot in the leg, that they get benefits. That means they don't work anymore. I don't understand that. I don't understand who, someone gets shot in the butt, gets benefits, they don't work anymore. I can understand the government saying, okay, we're gonna give you benefits for this, but we will also allow you to work, but you're getting drug tested today. And we're gonna see what the results are going to be. And if there's something in the drug test, other than what you've told me, a motion to revoke is gonna be filed.
That's fine.
In addition, Your Honor, he's documented as a home gang member. However, he has declined and said that he's not affiliated with the gang, the gang. And so because of the documentation, probation is asking that you amend for the gang ISP unit. And other issues that the probation officer is claiming that she's having is that he tends to become very upset and displays emotional instability when she tries to talk to him about his conditions, very disrespectful, and so forth.
Why are you being disrespectful?
Ma'am, I hung up on her one time because they
That's
came,
disrespectful.
yeah, because they came and like, my mom was outside and cops jumped out with guns in their hands. And they're like, well, where's Antonio? Where's Antonio? Because they think a red truck is mine. Because I was sitting in the red truck. The first time they came, I was sitting in the red truck cleaning it. It's my dad's work truck. When they came, they caught me in the red truck. They think it's mine. It's not my truck. They can run the VIN. My truck is a
No,
Ford
here's the
Flex
thing. Let me
that's
just tell you what
broken.
you're doing. You are answering questions that I have not asked. So I want you to listen to the question that I'm asking you, and I want an answer for it. You understand?
Yes.
So number one, are you a gang member?
No, ma'am.
So why do they have you documented?
They have me down affiliated as a gang member because they say this is the Alamo and it's the White House, ma'am. Look, it's the White House. It's not the Alamo. It's the White House. I don't have no gang affiliate. I can show you all my tattoos. I don't have no gang
Why are you
affiliated
tattooing
tattoos.
the White House on your
Because
neck?
my last name is Casablanca, ma'am, and if you translate it in English, it's White House.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Anybody, any other Casablancas here who are tattooing White House on their, I still
That's-
don't understand.
That's
that.
the only reason, ma'am. I can show you all my
Oh,
tattoos.
I already, and I know
I've never
what
been to,
Casa means.
I've never
and I
been
know
to
what
prison.
Blanca means.
I've never been to prison. How would I be in a gang if I've never been to prison? Like,
Oh, there are plenty of people who are in gangs who've never been to prison.
that's a gang, that's a prison gang, like,
No, they have people in prison who are documented gang members with that gang, but then they have people who are not in prison who are documented gang
well,
members.
I'm not a gang member. I like I said, it's the White House. Y'all can check it. It's not the Alamo. They keep thinking it's the Alamo. That's why it got put down as that, but it's not an Alamo, man.
Whoever tattooed that White House, that is not a good depiction.
It
It's
was a
missing
long
some.
time ago. Like, it's actually just covering my ex-wife's name. That's why I put it there, really, but
Well,
it's
that's
not.
another thing I always tell people, the
It's
only
not a
people's names
gang
you should
affiliation
tattoo on your
tattoo.
body are maybe your children and your mom, because your mom will always love you and your children, you're always supposed to love them. You're gonna do a UA today. You're gonna stop being disrespectful to probation officers. You're not gonna be hanging up on probation officers. Otherwise, I'm gonna hang up on you with a motion to revoke. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I want him to do his UA today, and then we're gonna see what the results are gonna be. And then based upon those results, we'll see where we're going with this. But yes, he is going to be on gang supervision.
Like a mixture between mixed and the secret.
Brittany, who is the chief of family violence?
It's Melly.
All right, I don't know, for some reason, it's not coming up on the email,
And I think she thinks it was in the shower.
Yeah, it's in Jellicoe.
but, let me see.
How? How young?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Wow.
No, that's what I do. Do this just. I would say here.
Okay.
That is what I will.
Radon Marshall,
Marshall, the middle sir?
who's it? Oh, is this a compliance?
Fine, hearing your honor.
All right, Mr. Marshall. You're supposed to be going to ISF. What is the issue for you?
Issue is the ISO that I want to send me to. They did me bad over there and I don't feel safe over there.
What does that mean? They did you bad?
I was jumped over there myself and I don't feel safe.
All right, when did this happen? Has he ever been sent to ISF?
He was sentenced to local ISF on December 9th of 2022. But we're not trying to send him to local ISF. Currently, we're trying to send him to state ISF.
All right, because the court didn't receive any report. Did you file a report?
No, I did. No, it was my fault.
All right, so where we are is you need to go to ISF. So that's where you're going to be going, and I'm sending you to ISF, not because of, punishment. It's because you need ISF. It's either that or motion to revoke. That's where we are. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So why are you not doing what you need to do since you've been on probation? Because you're looking at 20 years prison.
Something I'm not doing, I need to do is just I haven't reported.
I'm sorry, what?
Because I didn't report.
Yeah, that's a big problem. And I can't have people on probation who are not reporting. I mean, after you do ISF, you're supposed to go back to Harris County. So, I mean, you can sign the conditions to go to ISF. If you don't want to sign the conditions to go to ISF, what will end up happening is the motion to revoke will be filed. I'll hear it. And if everything is in correct order, I'll find it to be true. And then either you will be revoked or you won't be revoked. If you're revoked, the range of punishment is up to 20 years in prison. And this is an aggravated case. So whatever time, if you were to receive time, you'd have to do half the time, calendar time before you're eligible for parole.
So I got a question.
Yes.
I understand you want to go to ISF. Is there any way that I can get a GPS and go back home?
No, because here's the problem. Not only do I have that with you, I have, previously that you picked up new number ones. This is not your first time before me. Like in October 4th, there was a reporting issue. And December 9th, there was a issue of reporting. I mean, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And I don't understand why you're not doing it. I don't understand why you're picking up new cases. And the state didn't go on those cases. They ended up dismissing them in return for a plea. But you keep picking up new cases and you're not reporting.
Just 1 second.
So I don't know why you're not reporting.
It was the current reason was I didn't have transportation.
Well, no, that's no excuse. You pick up the phone and say, I have no transportation. You just haven't been reporting. And this is not the first time that you've not reported. The problem is, and I don't consider it a problem, but people have to realize that there are consequences for action, right? I don't know if people stop doing that with their children where, hey, you do something you're not supposed to do, there's a consequence for it, or either they just blow it off. But in here, you're on deferred adjudication for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You could get up to 20 years in prison. and up to a $10,000 fine. And whatever time you get, if I were to sentence you to 10 years, you'd have to do 5 years flat before you're eligible for parole. So there are consequences for your actions. You didn't report the first time. I amended your conditions and didn't revoke you. You didn't report again. I don't know what you don't understand about not reporting. And your excuses that you're giving to me are not sufficient.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if there's some issue with transportation, if there's some other issue, you pick up the phone and call your probation officer. In this court, I always tell everybody, communication is key. That's why I'm telling you, the reason why I'm sending you to ISF is because this is the second time you have not been following the court's rules. Now, if you don't want to go to ISF and don't want to sign, then what's going to end up happening is a motion to revoke is going to be filed. And if everything is in proper order, I'm going to sign it. And then we're going to hear a motion to revoke. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you wish to do?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Then go higher, sir.
All right. And if there's an issue with ISS, all you have to do is tell somebody. And guess what? If there's an issue at ISF that happens, guess what? They send that to me and I take care of it. All right. So he will sign. Is there any other issues you have? Do you still have family in Harris County? Is that where you wish to be?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so after he finishes with ISF, just transfer him back to Harris County. And who are you gonna be staying with there?
My mother.
All right, you need to do better for your mom, at least. Don't do it for me. If you're not gonna do it for yourself, do it for your mom. All right. All right, who is here on Carlos Herrera?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll come forward. All right, are you ready? Court is calling 2017 CR 7885, State of Texas versus Carlos Manuel Herrera Jr. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense.
John Young for the bench.
And are you Mr. Herrera? All right, everyone, I'm going to need you all to lower your voices. And if you're in the box, please do not talk while we're on the record. Are you the same Carlos Manuel Herrera Jr. who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2017 CR 7885 for the offense of assault, family choking, strangulation on July 15, 2019 for a period of 2 years and extended for a period of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Your Honor, under the first amended motion, in viol-
Just a minute.
okay.
Okay. It's like we're all new. And for that other, for this case, is it a choker claim? All right, we're back on the record.
Under the first amended motion in violation of condition number 1, on or about the 29th day of August 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Carlos Manuel Herrera Jr. committed the offense of failure to ID in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Your Honor, we'll waive and abandon the remaining.
All right, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true.
True.
All right, is there an agreement?
Your Honor, we do have an agreed recommendation for the court to revoke Mr. Herrera and sentence him to the 2 TDC for a final conviction and to take into consideration his new failure to ID.
All right, and what's the cause number on the failure to ID?
It is County Court 691,977
And what's the agreement?
for 2 years.
All right, and defense, is that the agreement?
That is our agreement, Your Honor.
And Mr. Herrera, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then the court will follow your agreement. The court will find you guilty, revoke you, sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, take in consideration 691,977. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Leticia, Lethesia Vasquez, and Kenneth Dent, Dent. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. He right now has a 436-day credit in the Bear County Jail. He also has I believe it's, 123-day credit for the SATIV program, which he completed.
All right, did he complete SATIV successfully?
I believe he did, Your
Yes,
Honor.
I believe he did, Your Honor.
I have the dates if you would like me to put those in the record.
All right. Yes, you can put those in the record.
August 9th, 2019, showing my age. And he was in SATIV until December 10th of 2019.
All right, the court will give him credit also for any inpatient treatment time. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And because this is a felony conviction and an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better. Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself in and out of the prison system. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good seeing you. John, is your Magnolia gonna be okay this season?
I think so. Obviously, the cold snap is an issue, but the bougainvillea are in terrible shape. But I think the Magnolia's gonna make it.
See, I've never been good. My problem with bougainvillea is the stickers. Because I had to remove one once.
You're a wimp.
But I do love the mountain laurel. My mountain laurel's doing great.
There's nothing bad about them, and they tolerate cold.
Yes. And I did have wisteria before, but I didn't realize that wisteria would tear down your fence. But it's like beautiful.
We had, our next door neighbor had a wisteria vine that was this big around at the
Mhm.
bottom and just climbed all over several palm trees in the front yard.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a major deal.
I think I'm gonna do it again. I'm just gonna make sure that I have metal support systems in place because it smells great when it's in bloom.
Oh, yeah, and it's beautiful,
Yeah.
but it is, it's like the strangler fig, it's a big deal.
That's true.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your wife will say hi.
I will.
Who's here? Juan Davila? Good morning.
We are requesting a reset.
All right, where's your client? Mr. Davila, you need to come forward.
Good to see you, Judge.
Good morning. Good to see you too. Oh, see, I got a great welcome for Jason. Now everybody's trying to make up because of the welcome I received. Thank you, Jason Garahan.
There you go.
All right, so what is happening? My understanding, this is the discovery compliance. What's the discovery?
Judge, I just sent defense the medical records via email. I also included the password that we received. I showed defense that it did work in court.
Okay.
And it does work. It's just 600 pages and I can't download them. Like, it's over.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we have a 30-day reset on this case, please?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. This will different to that.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to come back on March 9th. And at that time, the state will be prepared to make you an offer.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, that was first one.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset now.
Which I was talking about this.
Hey, Ruben, why is this line over here?
I started it. I had work files.
Oh, we need the Spanish interpreter.
Oh,
Yes.
Your
Yes.
Honor,
Hi.
I'm approaching on a Richard Salas. We were here last time. We gave him the emergency order to go visit his dying brother.
Mhm.
And now we'd like the order so he can attend the funeral and the. And I included a copy of the funeral, home, a letter. And the schedule.
All right. And is this what is the charge on this case?
He had a DWI with a child under 18.
All right, criminal trial division. Y'all have any objection to Mr. Salas attending a funeral?
The DWI with a child. He's not on the docket. Not sure.
I'm sure they'll have no problem with it, but I always like them to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Gave him emergency order to visit. No, this is. You're asking for water? No, it's, yeah. It's fine. Yeah, the visitation of it's fine. Okay, we have no objection, Your Honor. I just bring off the steps. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You want to confer with them on the times? Because I know sometimes funerals, it's longer than what people say. Because I know you have from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.,
That's the visitation.
but I'm thinking about the
Yeah.
driving time and all
Yeah,
that.
it's a little bit of extended time, because I don't know whether.
You want to confer with the state on the time? All right, who's here on Harris C. Leo Padilla? All right, if you can come forward. Hello. Good seeing you.
How are you? Good.
Great. We're not on the record. All right, so my understanding there's a PTD. Where are we on that?
Judge, we applied 3 or 4 weeks ago. We're still waiting to hear from the DA's office. DA here today, they don't have their file because PTD already took it, so I'm assuming they're evaluating the application, Judge.
And Judge, I reached out to the PTD office to see if that was the case. They haven't responded back, but what I'm assuming is that they just took the file to take a look at it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset for PTD on Padilla.
I can do I'm sorry.
All right, so we're going to be back on March 7th. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's get a reset form for Ms. Ferguson.
I will.
All right, thank you.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor. Good to see you.
Can I have the prosecutors approach, please? Amador. And I'm sorry, just 1 second. I'm trying to connect. All right, could everyone please whisper? Court is calling 2022 CR 11227. State of Texas versus Corolla Sanchez Amador. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Brett Green, after defense.
All right, and are you Corolla Amador?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I received it, Judge, and I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Amador, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Amador, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you are giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do, Judge.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Amador, has anyone threatened you, forced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $2,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration county court cause number 679-419-679-420. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There be 100 hours of community service restitution and the drug education course. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces State's Exhibit 1 and all of its attachments.
Any objections?
No objections, Judge.
Ms. Amador, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did
Yes,
you
Your Honor.
understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes.
Yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, only in reference to the $2,500 fine, if we could probate that over the duration for community supervision. Outside of that, the rest on it.
All right, how are you employed?
What is that? I'm sorry.
Where do you work?
Oh, right now I'm door dashing. I'm waiting to see from Domino's to see if they hire me. I've been applying for different jobs, HEB, Sam, Walmart, Pepsi, still in the process.
All right, how many children do you have?
I have no children.
And what is your relationship to Daryl Bearfield?
I have no relationship with him. We were friends at the moment.
And when you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Clean.
Why did you have meth in your purse?
I was addicted to it.
So when did you stop using?
I stopped in April 1st.
All right, so I'm going to want a drug test today. Do you need any water or anything?
Yes, probably a little bit of water.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to come back for sentencing today. She's going to do a drug test today. All right. All right, who's here on John Christian Gonzalez? And where's Mr. Gonzalez?
Is right there in the box.
Oh, come forward. All right, what is happening with this case?
Well, Judge, we're at an impasse. I believe he has.
Oh, you all are all in different positions. He needs to be in the center.
Okay.
And Mr. Yes, Toshi, you're there, you're in the center. All right, so what's happening with his cases?
We're at an impasse, Judge. They have made offers on all cases. Mr. Gonzalez has refused the offers. I believe the cases are in different procedural statuses. One is pretty new, and then a couple are not that old, but older. So for now, we have no agreements on any of his indicted cases.
Okay, so I have 3 cases. It's only 3 cases, correct?
No,
5, Judge. 2 of them were just indicted, I think, a week ago.
yes,
The
it's
driving while intoxicated and then another evading.
All right, so the other 2 cases, what are they?
Driving while intoxicated and evading.
where are they? What?
No, what are they? What
Oh,
is the offense?
A DWI and an evading, Judge.
Everybody seems to be whispering today. I don't know why. All right, so Ms. Ferguson. On Mr. Gonzalez. The evading arrest detention, is that the case that you all would proceed with trial first, or the felon in possession, or the unauthorized use? I'm assuming it's either going to be the felon in possession or the evading.
That'd be correct, Judge.
All right, so how much time are we expecting these trials to last?
It depends on which case they would proceed on, but I can't anticipate any of the trials would be long.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, we're thinking maybe 2 days. Can I get a plea deadline date and a jury trial date?
I'm trying to sign today, man.
Well, if you guys want to go back and.
No,
confer, you
Judge,
can.
we're at an impasse. He's asking for something that he keeps asking me to ask them. They said no to 5 times. I'm not gonna ask a 6th.
A year.
No. I don't want to know what the negotiation is, but let me explain something to you. And this is me coming to you from a person who's been a defense attorney and a prosecutor. The way plea negotiations work is the state makes an offer to your attorney tenders that offer to you. You can either accept it or reject it, or you can say, I want to accept this. This is what I'll accept. Then your attorney will go to the prosecutor with that. It's called a counter offer.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the state can either say, no, we're not doing that. The only thing we're going to offer is what we previously offered. Then that's the end. So you're either going to jury trial or either you're accepting their offer. I'm assuming your attorney has informed you of that. So Do you want to continue to talk to your attorney or do you want your jury trial?
Yes, can I continue talking?
Okay,
Judge, we've gone over the numbers ad nauseum this morning. He wants a number, the state is, and I'm not being critical of either of these gentlemen. I'm just, you know,
All right,
there's
so
only
when
so
he's
many
saying-
times I'm gonna hit the horse that's dead.
well, don't hit a dead horse. It's
Agreed.
blue.
Agree, true.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, what your attorney is telling you is the offer is whatever the state made. They're not changing it. So if you don't want to accept that offer, you don't have to. I'm setting it for a jury trial.
Sorry, Your Honor. Can I get like 5 minutes to think about it?
All right, you can have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Today. All right, who's here on Daniel Van Duzer? Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. So what is happening with this case?
Judge, he has rejected their plea bargain offers, and so we just need a date for trial.
Your plea deadline date has expired. State, how long do you expect the jury trial to last on Mr. Van Duzer? I just have 2 cases, arson and drug case.
Possibly a couple days, Judge, 2 to 3 on the arson.
I would say 3.
All
Just
right.
out of an abundance.
And Judge, just to let defense know, I did upload, there was a fire report that I had noticed we had never uploaded, so I did upload that recently.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Daniel Van Duzer, please. All right, so your jury trial date will be March 21st. I'm going to make that his jury trial date and plea deadline date since new evidence was uploaded.
Okay, Judge.
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form, so we'll go to trial on that day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And Ms. Christian, if I could have the acknowledgement of discovery.
I would be happy to do so.
All right, state on Van Duzer, I need an acknowledgement of discovery. And he has 2 cases. Just a moment. Daniel Guns. I have another Daniel Gonzalez. I'm assuming. Are you Daniel Gonzalez?
I'm here for Daniel.
Oh, Daniel Gonzalez.
You paused and said, oh, and so I didn't.
Well,
know
see, I
if it
just
was-
finished with another Gonzalez. I said, oh, that was John. Okay.
I had a John Gonzalez downstairs in a different court. It's,
Uh-huh.
it's common name, common name.
Okay, so your client's in the center. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, my client has a pending first degree felony that has not been indicted. The lab results on that have not come back, and I'm not the attorney of record on that. This one is lower. The state is willing to make an offer, but they want to make an offer after they get the labs on the first degree. Once we get that, we might be able to wrap that one up by pleading on this one.
All right, so when is the lab results?
Your
going to be?
Honor, I could get an update for the court. I can get an update and try to get that expedited in the next couple of weeks.
I'll
All
call
right.
it 30 days for status, Judge, just to make sure we.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Mr. Daniel Gonzalez? And I'm assuming the PTD is off the table. Because that's,
I take a shot in the dark, Judge, but I don't know. We haven't addressed any of that because the lab results haven't come back, so we haven't truly been able to negotiate.
all right, we'll be back on March 7th.
Judge, while we're up here, if I may, he's also remanded without bond
Mhm.
because of, if I'm not mistaken, he was caught for an unlawful carry of a handgun.
No, he didn't show for court.
Oh, then in that case, I would ask that the bond be set, even if it had to be at a higher amount.
You'll need to file a motion in the court. We're hearing.
Just checking. Judge.
All right, sure, no problem.
May we be excused? sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Deputy Lord John Gonzalez can go back. Who's here on Gavina Vara?
Present for Mr. Kins, Your Honor.
All right, so where are we on? I guess this is jury trial. Mr. Barr, if you come up, please.
Yes, Your Honor, we have an offer and our client has rejected it. I believe we have all the discovery, so we just want to set it for a period of time.
All right, pre-deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargains in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand? How long do y'all expect this trial to last?
A guilt innocence phase, Your Honor, I'd say at least 2 to 2.5 days,
All right.
2 to 3.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Mr. Vara, please. Gavina Vara. They're saying that it will probably take 2 to 3 days.
March 21st.
All right, your jury trial date will be March 21st. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. You need to come dressed for trial on that day. And let me make sure that I have the discovery acknowledgement. Yes, I do. All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. You said March 21st? Yeah. All right, Daniel Van Duzer is going to be March 28th. So prosecutors, Daniel Van Duzer, his jury trial is actually going to be March 28th instead of March 21st. Hello, Mr. Cox. It's good seeing you.
It's good to see you. I want to recognize you, Judge. I like to do.
Well, thank you very much. You know, Joe Burrow couldn't pull it out. Broke my heart.
I want Kansas City, Judge.
Mhm.
Kansas City.
I think Philadelphia is going to win, although one of their players has just been arrested.
Yeah. So we need a couple more rounds. And then we'll be all right. But how do you push somebody out of bounds?
Why would you do that? I don't know.
I want to push someone to have a children parents that put them on. And except for tomorrow, for the state to make an offer. I mean, it's Medicaid, but I got some.
Okay, just have them pull the file from the back.
Okay.
All right, who's here on Sergio Olvera? All right, so where are we on his PTD?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm actually substituting for Monica. They should have been filed this morning. I don't have an accepted motion yet. But I just checked the contracts in the email box for the prior attorney. I need to go over with him and then send it in.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date for Mr. Olvera. All right, we're gonna come back on March 9th. You need to make sure that everything's filed because this is the last
Absolutely.
date for us to make sure you have everything filed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you're welcome. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Oh, okay.
And then you have them.
Yes. Let me see. Oh, no, I gave that back to you.
Oh,
Oh, no, I didn't. Wait a minute. Here's one of the files. All right, Francisco Reyes. All right, so where are we on this case?
Same situation, the e-filed motion to substitute should be in the clerk's. In discussing this with Jason, the state, it appears there's still discovery issues. I'm not sure if today's setting was a discovery compliance setting or just a regular setting, but we're missing the body cams were from a different case that's in the file, and we're missing photos.
And state, you have those?
So Judge, at the last setting, I think Daniel had actually made a request for the videos and he indicated that he got some kind of response, but the videos that we're seeing in there are still not matching the deputies from the report. I emailed a new request today just to their video department to see if they do have the videos. And I also requested photographs from the deputy if he had those photographs.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, give me a 30-day reset. If the body cam is not here, if the photos are not here, on that 30-day reset, that's going to be a hearing date and people need to subpoena whomever they need to subpoena to be here to give us that information. All right, what date, Ms. Ferguson? All right, that'll be March 6th.
Thank you, Renner.
You're welcome, Ms. Ferguson. We'll give you the reset form.
Okay. I'll bring that to you.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying.
Who's starting? Oh, oh, well, the one who's with. Okay, talking to guy.
I'll be talking in the box.
Oh, no, he's coming back. Token just said he'd be back in 5 minutes. John Ellis. Who's the attorney for John Ellis?
Your Honor, it's the compliance area.
Mr. Ellis, come up. All right, Mr. Ellis. Why are you not, make sure your phone's off. Why are you not taking your UAs?
I did take my UA, ma'am.
You take it today, what are the results going to be?
I came out clean.
They were negative, Your Honor. We took it already.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know me well. You're anticipating. So why have you been missing your UAs and missing the call line?
Oh, no, I had completed the call line. So I think more than 4 UAs. I had just came out positive for alcohol and marijuana. On one of them, I came out clean afterwards, then.
Why are you using alcohol?
No excuse for that.
Why are you using marijuana?
Well, I actually wasn't smoking. I was just around it, and I guess there was enough for me to come out positive, Your Honor.
All right, well, if you want me to believe that, fine, but according to your conditions of probation, you're not supposed to be around people who are violating the law. And the last time I checked, marijuana in Texas is illegal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you working?
Yes, ma'am.
Doing what?
I'm working with my mother at a state inspection station. I'm gonna get my state inspector's license soon.
So do you want to go to prison for 10 years?
No, ma'am.
That's what you're looking at if you continue to violate these conditions that I'm giving you. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to continue with the UA hotline. If you miss one UA hotline, we're not having this conversation anymore. A motion to revoke is going to be filed. If everything is in proper order, I'm going to sign it. A warrant will be issued for your arrest. You will be picked up wherever they may find you. And you will either make bond or not make bond. And then we'll address that issue. And if I find it true, you're looking at potentially going to prison for up to 10 years. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're gonna have to do better.
Yes, ma'am.
Probation, is there anything else?
Your Honor, there is a mental health evaluation scheduled for February 27th of 2023. And the CSO is requesting that he attend supportive outpatient treatment. And if the court wants to extend his gang diversion program,
All right, what date is the mental health evaluation scheduled?
February 27th.
All right. And then, yes, we will extend the gang supervision
For how long, Your Honor?
until further notice.
And supportive outpatient treatment?
Yes, so you're gonna be with supportive outpatient treatment. You're gonna take your mental health evaluation on February 27th. They're gonna give that to you. And then your gang supervision is gonna be extended. You understand? All right, and if you have any questions or if there's some confusion over anything, call probation, let them know. Or you can always come to court. I'm here. All right, good luck to you. Thank you. Who's here on Courtney Pride?
That's me, Your Honor.
All right. All right, where are we on the PTD?
She's decided against it, Judge.
Oh, so she wants a jury trial?
She does, Judge.
All right. Do you have all the discovery?
I do.
All right, who's the prosecutor on this?
Yeah.
All right, has an offer been tendered?
Yes, Judge, it was PTD and then another offer, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, we've had offers, Judge. Those have been rejected.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. How long do y'all expect this trial to last?
Maybe a day or two, yeah.
Okay. 2 days. All right, your jury trial date and plea deadline date will be February 21st.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form. Who's here on Amoa? Yannick Prescott T. Gosson, Amoa.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You're on this side. Your client's in the center. All right, where are we on PTD?
He had a screening on the 20th, John, which he attended, the Zoom with Michelle Salazar. I spoke with Charlotte Reyes this morning just to get a clearer picture, and I'm understanding that he is now going to be sent to mental health screening for the diagnosis itself. And so that they're suggesting that I ask for 30 days to give them a chance to do that.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 45-day reset on Amoa for PTD? All right, so it'll be March 23rd. I just get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Okay, what happened to your face?
It's work related.
I'm sorry, what?
Work related injury. Hit
Ah.
myself with a wrench.
Okay.
Works at Jiffy Lube, Your Honor.
Oh. All right, we'll see you back then. Ms. Ferguson will give you your reset form.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's here on, I think we're waiting for drug test on that.
Your Honor.
Yes,
Test came back negative.
for who? Okay. Oh, Corolla Amador Sanchez. All right, great. All right, could I see the parties back on Corolla Sanchez Amador? All right, I was told your drug test was negative. We're gonna go back on the record
Yes.
on 2022 CR 11227. The state of Texas versus Corolla Sanchez Amador. So are you still in contact with your father?
Yes.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge, Corolla has been an ideal client. She has done everything that I've asked her to do. She's always on time for her appointments at the office. She returns emails and phone calls.
All right, if you all are in the box, you're gonna have to be quiet while we're on the record. That's okay.
She's dealing with her employment issues very diligently, applying in a lot of different places. Obviously, her drug test came back negative, which is fantastic, because we addressed that last year, and she has really made a lot of progress. So I'm hoping the court will grant the plea agreement this afternoon. Let Corolla address these issues and move on with her life.
All right, good job on remaining clean and sober.
Thank you. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's great.
It is.
All right, so I'm gonna sentence you to $2,500 fine. That'll be probated. 2 years deferred adjudication, take in consideration county court cause number 679-419, 679-420. Proof of employment within 45 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Regular reporting in person or by Zoom. Regular UAs. Or you can do the patch. Probation will explain to you the difference between the patch and doing the UA. The patch, it just helps you with any time constraints, but it costs more. The drug education course. 100 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with booster. The court is not requiring you to get that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want field visits. 1 time per month.
What is that?
Someone will come out to where you live to make sure everything is going fine. And probation, you can count those field visits as her appointment if you all want to. And if things are going well within 3 months, you all can just continue it. Probation, is there anything else she needs? Ms. Amador, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Review that with your attorney. Did you understand it and did you sign it? Right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, do you have misdemeanor dismissals for me to sign?
I do.
And you'll need to take those to the appropriate courts. And we can go off the record. Yeah. All right, Ms. Amador, you're gonna have to remember, you're on probation. So anything that you do from here on out, you need to ask yourself, is this something that could potentially result in me having a motion to revoke filed and being revoked? And I see that your father was involved in this some type of way. We can't choose our family, but we can choose who we associate with, okay? All right, good luck to you. Probation is gonna go over conditions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Juan Carranza. Once I get the file, I'll go. Yeah.
Daniel Paris.
Michael. We're just hanging out for Juan Carranza.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, where's his attorney? The other attorney.
John Paris. We talked.
All right. Well, just speak John here, but yes, you may.
Hope you'll make noise in your court. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we're here on discovery. There was some DNA comparison that wasn't ready.
Yes, Judge, it looks like as of
November, it did get over to the crime lab, but this is the DPS crime lab. So the timing wise is gonna take longer.
There's actually 2 tests we're waiting for.
Um,
And how long is it gonna take? A year, 2 years?
I wish I had an answer for you, Judge. I know that I believe their DNA section is a little bit more caught up than their drug identification section,
Okay,
but I don't know if that's necessary.
so then it's only a year as opposed to 2. We were hoping like by May. Yeah. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 45-day reset on Quran. So it'll be for Discover. We'll see where we're at that time.
That would be fine, Judge. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, it's gonna be March 23rd.
No, I won't be here.
Okay.
Sorry. March 28th. That would be great.
All right, where will you be?
I will be somewhere else. I don't know yet, but it will be somewhere else.
But is it gonna be great? Richard Garcia keeps posting his,
Well, he always goes to incredible places.
well, here's the funny thing, and I need to tell Richard this when he gets back. So when I was in Shreveport, I met a doctor's assistant. She's like, I'm from Cairo. I'm like, get out of town. You're not from Cairo. She's like, yeah. And so I'm showing her photos and she's like, I've never even been here. And it's in Egypt. I'm like,
That sounds like Richard.
yeah, Richard's going to places that she's never been. So we'll see you back on the 28th. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome. Jonathan Nicholas. Hello, hi. Good seeing you up and about. Hello.
Hi, Judge.
How's the baby?
Be one on Monday. Can you believe it?
I may have to fix him up with my niece. Although she's an older baby.
Well, he loves the ladies.
Okay, I'm not fixing him up with my niece. All right, court is calling 2018 CR 3520W, State of Texas versus Jonathan Ryan Nicholas. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Denise Harrison for the state of Texas.
Alex Shar for Mr. Nicholas.
All right, are we proceeding on that motion to revoke or no?
Your Honor, because the ice storm, because the alleged ice storm that happened last couple of days, he was not able to look at the material until this morning. The state gave an offer, but he does want to go ahead and get an expert witness in regards to the Cellebrite.
All right,
That's correct. So we're not ready.
okay. So when will you be ready?
Well, depends on how long it takes the expert.
Because as you see, he is on probation for the online solicitation. Then he picked up the new multiple child porn cases. It is this case, it does rely on the downloads.
Okay, and I didn't set his bond on this motion
Judge
to
Carruthers.
enter.
Judge
Somebody else
Carruthers.
did it. Okay, so that wasn't me. All right, and I don't go behind other judges' bond settings. So probation?
Yes.
What are we doing allegedly? I take all these as not true. They're all alleged offenses because I don't have anything. Are we still having field visits for Mr.? I'm not the person who, I didn't put him on probation. So we don't have field visits for Mr. Nicholas, do we?
He's on GPS, house arrest.
But Your Honor, part of the new evidence is he was lying about not having a phone, which he had a phone,
Okay.
and everything else like that. So, and possibly has access to certain things in the house.
Okay. And I'm also not the one who placed you on probation. This was done, I think, before. Yes, this was done before my time. And so I usually have probation do field visits. So I'm going to find out if they have field visits. If they don't, that's going to be added. I'm not addressing the motion to revoke, but for your bond that the other judge set, I'm going to add field visits if they're not added. I don't think anybody was allegedly, I don't know if anybody was, we're using the word allegedly a lot here, but. So can you let them know that I want field visits at least 2 times per month as a condition of his bond? And I'm saying as a condition of bond because I don't want any confusion over the fact of whether or not this motion to revoke has been addressed by the court. So I'm not addressing your motion to revoke. I'm merely addressing your bond conditions, okay? And we're gonna go on the record with that. Court is calling, oh, I've already called it. Oh, thank you. Oh, I love that I'm on the record. Thank you. So, to both parties, is there any objections to the court adding to his bond conditions, the field visits?
Not for the state of Texas, Your Honor.
I don't have any objection to it.
All right, so we're gonna do add field visits 2 times per month, but let it note that this is a part of his conditions of bond and the court is not addressing the allegations within the motion or the motion.
Yes.
All right, so what we're gonna do then, when are you filing the request for the expert?
Well, we're gonna hire one private,
Okay,
so we're not gonna seek a court appointed one, but we're gonna work on that right away.
all right, so how long are you anticipating this expert?
30 days.
All right, because if I set it in 30 days, it's gonna be set for contested.
I understand.
Are you sure 30 days?
60 days.
Oh, I don't do 60 days. This is what we're gonna do.
5 days.
Ms. Ferguson, I want this call back in 14 days. In 14 days, you need to give me an update on your expert.
All right, that's fair, Jay.
All right, what date for 14 days?
I can do February 23rd.
All right, February 23rd is when we'll come back. All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and I'll see you all back then.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Nice seeing you, Judge.
Betty G. Gonzalez. All right, so she was referred to felony drug court, is that correct?
For staffing on her, but PSI indicates that she doesn't meet the requirements.
Okay. Let me see. Yes,
Yeah, approach.
yes. Okay. All right, so 1, they say you don't meet the criteria, and 2, you have a history of drug selling. So I'm gonna follow the agreement that you reach with the state. Court is calling 2022 CR 9686B, State of Texas versus Betty Jean Gonzalez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Susan Kramer, Ms. Gonzalez.
All right, and are you Betty Jean Gonzalez? All right, on January 12th, you entered a plea to count 2. The court found there was sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court found you guilty. The state waived count 1 and count 3 without objection. According to the plea bargain agreement, your punishment was to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. The state is recommending community supervision, $2,500 fine, and of course, the standard conditions. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Judge, we'll rely upon that document.
All right, and they're asking, have both parties had a chance to review the TAP evaluation?
I have not, Your Honor.
I have, Judge. My interpretation of that was that
At this point, she doesn't need any treatment. However, should the need arise, they would recommend the court put her in outpatient, intensive outpatient treatment.
All right, is there anything you wish to say? All right, can you raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, how many children do you have? I'm sorry?
3,
What are their ages?
20, 18, and 16.
And where's the 16-year-old and 18-year-old living?
So my 18-year-old has her own place. My 16-year-old is with her foster family.
With who?
Foster family.
And who is Raul Hinojosa to you?
That's my older brother.
And who is well, you say your little brother, how old is he?
Raul also my older brother.
Oh, that's your older brother?
Yeah.
All right, and who is Valdemar Hinojosa?
That's my cousin.
And when you're released, where are you going to be living?
Oh, with Myra Meeks.
I'm sorry?
With Myra Meeks.
Who is that?
He's like my street mom, she's a friend of mine. He's a real good friend of mine.
What do you mean she's like your street mom?
Yeah, I look up to her, she's my mom.
What does she do for a living? What
Sorry,
does she do for a living?
she's retired now. She's just a housewife.
All right, and does she, I don't even know who this person is. Does anybody know who this person is?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, in terms of where she would live. I don't know if probation asked her that or not.
All right, so here's the thing. I have an issue with somebody saying they're gonna live with their street mom. I don't know anything about her.
That's fine.
So you're not gonna be able to live there until I get more information, until probation is able to go out there. So she's gonna have to live at Haven for Hope or somewhere else. All right, this is what the court is gonna do. The court is gonna sentence you to 10 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 10 years, $2,500 fine. That'll be probated. There is a $57 restitution to SAPD for laboratory testing. Regular UAs. Well, no, we're gonna do the UA hotline. And she needs to be tested at least once a week, and that's until further notice. 200 hours of community service restitution, 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. Parenting classes, once you complete parenting classes, the remaining hours will be waived. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month until further notice. And what is your street mother's name?
Myra Meeks.
Could you spell the last name?
M-I-N-X.
M-I-N-X, Judge. Myra, M-Y-R-A.
Yeah, M-A-R-A.
Myra Minx, M-I-N-X.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so you're not allowed to reside with Myra Minx until that place is reviewed by probation, until we review her criminal history. You are not allowed to have contact. There's been no contact with Raul Hinojosa and Valdemar Hinojosa Jr. Probation, is there any, I'm sorry, outpatient treatment with probation? Probation, is there anything else she needs?
No, Your Honor, is that supportive or intensive?
Supported.
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Yes, ma'am. Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to the attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. You're gonna have to do better.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Maybe be excused.
Yes. Joseph and Zadua.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neil Kalfas on behalf of Mr. Owens.
Good morning. What is happening with this case?
Your Honor, I've conferred with the state on it, and apparently Mr. Onsaldua has two other cases that are sealed or cases that haven't been filed yet. And on one, both of them have victims, but one of them is a family violence case, and they're praying with the state before they can make an offer on this. They would like to try to reach a global resolution to all of Mr. Onsaldua's issues, and they need to speak to the victim on that case prior
Okay,
to.
when is that going to happen? Because we were here on December 9th and I had pending cases, burglary habitation and assault, pregnant person, recall today. So when is that going to happen?
So Judge, I just heard back from the burglary intake attorney, and she said that she's going to present the case next week, so we should be having that one indicted shortly. The family violence, excuse me, the family violence intake attorney said that she's going to review the case and make a filing decision shortly. So hopefully within the next week, that's what we're planning for. But that's all the information I have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Anzadua? And on that, at that time, state you need to be prepared to make an offer, global offer.
Okay.
March 2nd.
Maybe excuse?
Yes, after he signs the reset form.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
All right, good. Always good seeing you.
You too. I've been meaning to reach out to you, but I'll get with you later. I appreciate you.
Norma, people always say they're intending to reach out to people. It's like, I'm a phone call away.
I know. I did try 2 jury trials in January to my defense, and so I've stayed.
Ask my mom if that should excuse.
That's not an excuse. It's not. It's just by way of explanation.
I understand. But we do need to get together on the class reunion thing.
Absolutely.
All right, who's here on Brandon Cardona?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Frank McElroy for Brandon Cardona.
Yes. Hi. Okay, where are we on this case?
Admittedly, I screwed up, Judge, in the sense of I'm supposed to be talking with Melody about this case they've asked us to consider pre-trial diversion, so I need to approach her about that. I didn't within the last setting. Assuming next week is a lighter week for me, I plan on getting in front of Melody to talk to her about this case in particular, but the new fault of the defense that I didn't do.
Oh, see, people's fall on their sword. That's always a good thing.
He's a good guy.
As long as you don't fall on it literally.
And Judge, we don't have any issue with that because we think that would probably resolve it.
Okay. So Ms. Ferguson, is 3 weeks enough time?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 3-week reset on Brandon Cardona? March 2nd?
I'll put it on my calendar, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ms.
Thank you,
Ferguson
Judge.
will give you a reset form.
And with the excuse.
Yes. Who's here on Mario Guerra? Yes.
And Mr. Giara is right.
Okay. All right, so
Morning, Your Honor.
good morning. So you all have all your discovery?
Actually, they just uploaded some additional discovery, so we are asking for a reset so I can get the expert to take a look at that.
Okay, how long is that gonna take?
Could we have our March 28th date that we have on everybody else?
Okay, so
Yeah,
now
yeah.
you have all the discovery.
I do believe so. Once we take a look at this, yes.
All right. So if you all can get me a discovery, acknowledgement of discovery today,
Okay,
and then what date?
March 28th.
All right, so we'll be back on March 28th. And that, I will put that as your plea deadline date.
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
Judge.
you. Ms. Bergson will give you the reset form.
Approach your own.
Do I have your phone?
You do not. It's a question of your process and procedure.
Sure.
Judge, we had a trial case here a couple of weeks ago. Sentencing was done in front of Judge Angelini.
Mhm.
Judge Angelini took my client into custody after a recommendation of probation. My question is, do you need to have, I filed a motion to have him released. You need to have the defendant here in order to have that hearing.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just get a date for.
Yes. All right, if somebody want to see if probation can expedite the PSI. Usually it just takes a phone call.
The issue was, Judge, is to have him released while, and he can do the PSI on the outside. I think it was like a 45-day setting.
Okay, so here's the question, because I don't like going behind judges' rulings. Did Judge Angelini say he was to remain in custody until the PSI was completed?
He remanded him. He wasn't very specific as to whether he wanted him in custody.
So this is my suggestion. My suggestion is someone call probation, ask them if they could expedite the PSI. And I asked them maybe 2 times. I don't do it a lot. And they've been able to get it within like 2 weeks or so. So that would probably be best, because I don't like to go behind judges' rulings.
Gotcha, Judge. Okay.
All right, Daniel Gonzalez.
Judge.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go on the record. The court is calling 2022 CR 7681 State of Texas versus Daniel Gonzalez. Can I have parties announced for the record, please, for the state
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
defense?
John Pettis for defense.
And are you Mr. Gonzalez? Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and did you review with your client?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it at all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 2, less than 1 gram? As a state jail felony, the range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Gonzalez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at 9 months in the state jail facility. There is no fine. No applications. The state will take in consideration night mag number 786684, county court cause number 69633. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
Judge, just one small correction, and I wasn't sure if it was on there, 696331.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
696331, there's a missing number, Judge.
All right, I'll add the one to it. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you understand that to be the plea? State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Judge.
To that offense is charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I just asked if you follow the agreement, Judge.
All right. Then the court will follow your agreement. Is there anything you wish to say?
No.
Court will sentence you to 9 months in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served. Taking consideration night mag number 786684. And county court cause number 96. Just 1 second. And county court cause number 6963331. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Judge.
Showing you what's entitled trial court certification, thank you, of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
20.
All right, so you're 20. Let me just tell you what I know about the people in your age range. A little time here, a little time there, people think, it's nothing. It's just 9 months. But that's 9 months of your life that you're never going to get back. And as you get older, if you continue to waste your life by doing 9 months here, 2 years here, or whatever, you're going to look up and you're going to be 40, who knows, maybe when you're 40 years old, you'll realize I just gave away 9 months of my life. You're going to have to start doing better. And that means not using drugs. If you have a drug problem, there are plenty of places that are free. You need to remember this. You understand? Because you don't want to be in and out of jail, in and out of prison. All right. And what are the tattoos about? Okay. The lion, what's that for?
Oh, fear nothing.
All right. And then the other tattoo?
Something when my grandma passed away.
Okay. Well, and did you love your grandmother?
Yes, yeah.
All right. So you need to be doing things in your life where your grandmother would be proud of you. Okay. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, yes. Yes. Counsel. Yes. Counsel, you want the reset form? I mean, sorry, the dismissal?
Oh, yes. I'll be right there.
Hi,
How you doing?
all right.
I felt bad when you were gone last week. So many, and then you was proud.
Aw. And Norma, could you call Mr. Toshi back?
Before. Yeah. 200.
Bashan, has Mr. Casablanca finished with his UA?
Yes, Your Honor, and it was positive for THC.
Okay. All right, he can come back up. All right, come forward, Mr. Casablanca.
Your Honor, his attorney, Lauer,
Mhm.
he wanted to be here.
Okay. Yes. All right, just step back. We'll wait for your attorney. All right, Jonathan Allen. Jonathan Allen.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
And where is Jonathan Allen?
Well, Judge, we're going to be filing a psychological evaluation and a sanity.
So where is he?
He's in custody.
All right. So did you ask the deputy to have him brought out?
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as he's brought out, we'll take it up. Okay.
Thank you.
And who's here on Kevin Young?
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Young, come up. All right, my understanding, all the discovery has been completed on this case. So has an offer been tendered?
No, we did start to confer and the state, I don't know if they have, we talked about the transcript and it wasn't in their file. So I don't mind getting that to them so they can look at it and make an offer, Your Honor.
All right, and this is the transcript from August.
Yes, Your Honor, it took some time. Yes, but the state, I don't think got it. I got it because I ordered it.
Okay.
So, but they're going to make an offer to us. So we, within a week or two, you think?
Yes, yes. Sure.
All right, so I'm gonna give you all a 30-day reset. So that will be the offer being tendered, and then it's gonna be a quick turnaround for a plea deadline date.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, could I have a 30-day reset on Kevin Young?
March.
All right, we'll see you back on March 7th.
Your Honor, there was one other matter. The court had previously ruled that my client could work, but that in the job he wanted to work at, the court didn't feel it was appropriate. So he found a job, and I provided the information. I've talked to the owner of the company. It's a landscaping company. He would be on an irrigation crew. I provided the name, the number. It's a Christian-based company, and they do give people second chances. So, and they've already interviewed him, and I talked to them. So they are going to hire him if the court approves it.
All right, have you discussed it with the state?
Yes, I,
And is there any objections?
No, I believe that the owner of this company is aware of the defendant's current charge and also his previous charges and convictions. So we don't have an objection at this time. No.
Okay. All right, if you will fill out the B page and place it on that, then the court will allow him to work. And he'll still have to provide the hours.
and
I'm
I'm,
assuming this will be different locations.
yes, but he won't be alone. It's a crew-based system. So,
All right, so just provide the hours.
Okay.
All right, and put it on the B page.
I'll go ahead and do that. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Okay. March 7th. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He may be excused.
After he signs the reset form.
Oh, okay.
Tony De La Rosa?
Your Honor.
Yes.
That's also mine. He's the gentleman in the wheelchair.
Mhm.
They're withdrawing the MTR.
Okay.
And dismissing the case. Unsatisfactory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm assuming this is because of his status?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
The
right.
status and the cases has been expired since 2021.
All right, Mr. De La Rosa. You're gonna have to do better. You understand? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll tell your granddaughter. Okay. I'll let them know.
Are you all ready on Alan?
Yeah, I believe that's Jonathan Allen. Yes.
All right, come forward. So council, have you filed the motion to have him evaluated?
I have not, I would be filing that today.
All right, he needs to be in the center.
Hi, in front of me.
All right, and are you going to have that done through the appointment system, or is this one
It's
where
an
you?
appointed case. Yeah.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Jonathan Allen? It's for psych evaluation. All right, so we're gonna come back on March 9th and we'll see where we are on that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, do you have any questions?
Oh, yeah, about 5, 6. One, I don't
Counsel,
understand.
your client has questions. Yes.
Oh,
What I don't understand what I'm being charged with, because, no one was a witness of me and my mom in the fight in front of our house where my kids are staying. And, I haven't been offered a halfway house to get back to Shabana Park area since then, and it's been about 7 months.
Okay.
And I also, I was wondering if I could get your business card to take back of it.
You
Yeah,
don't have my number? Your mom called me.
no,
Better from you.
I haven't talked to her because I haven't had access to telephone since I've been in the,
Council.
in the magistrate.
Sure. All right, we're gonna make sure that he's gonna write down his contact information for you, okay?
Okay.
And do you have any other questions?
Yeah, what am I being charged with?
All right, so your attorney is going to discuss that with you. My understanding, it's an injury case. So what's going to end up happening is the doctor is going to come speak to you and hopefully that'll clear some things up.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Corey Senior. When is this coming back? All right. Corey Senior, is he in custody or on bond? All right, Deputy Laura, you don't have to bring him out. Could you let him know that at the request of his attorney, his case is being called back on February 7th? And so Norma, we need Nifa Carrillo here for amicus. I'm sorry? Yes, I did. It worked.
Can you see the bottom of your screen?
Let me see. Yes.
Everyone should.
Ah. No, it's cool. Yeah, it's fine. All right, and Norma, it shows that Fernando is also on Rolando Garza. Fernando Trevino is on Rolando Garza. Yeah, we need to have him back. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I can't see Fernando. Oh, there he is. Okay. And Miss Christian.
Yes.
Are you handling Fernando Zapata as well?
Mr. Garcia is here and he is actually taken, participated in her, so that's happening.
Thanks. The party is on Malik Baloo.
We're here, Judge.
And Mr. Baloo, or Baloo.
He's right here, Judge.
All right. Good morning. How do you pronounce your last name?
Boye.
Boyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't see how I get Boyer from that.
It's Creole Judge.
No, I'm from Louisiana. I don't see that. It's Beaullieu. I don't get the lay part from that ending. I get the bow from the first part, but you say it's
Boye, like boy, yay.
Boyer. Okay. I don't know how we get that from that. I'm gonna have to talk to my mom. All right, the court is calling 2000, if y'all could not talk in the box while we're on the record, please. Court is calling 2018 CR 10108V, State of Texas versus Malik Eric Boyer. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Jorgens for the state.
Defense?
Melissa Christian.
And are you Mr. Boyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I did, and I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Boyer, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
I did, John.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I did.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Boyer, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
I did, John.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of robbery? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
I have.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
I have.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Boyer, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Absolutely.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. The state opposes your application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. They will take into consideration 2018 CR 10109A. There's to be restitution payable to Chase Bank and payable to Circle K and 2018 CR 10109A. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Judge.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm gonna need you all to be quiet in the box. We're on the record. Next, I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
I have.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
Filed but not ruled upon. Right.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. The state offers Exhibit 1, the defendant's waivers and stipulation of evidence, as well as the discovery of this case.
We have no objections.
All right, Mr. Boyer, showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court would defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Your sentencing date will be on March 30th. The court will base its decision on your application based upon that report and any other evidence that's presented to me. Do we need a TAP evaluation?
I don't
Or-
believe we do, actually.
All right, mental health evaluation or anything of that nature?
I do not believe so, Judge. That is not the indication that I'm getting at all.
Okay. All right, well, I will see y'all back then. So we'll do a PSI. All right.
March 30th.
What's the PSI?
Oh, that's where somebody from probation will come and speak to you. And they'll give me a history, like if you have a criminal history, they'll give me that. Anything that you say to them, I will receive that as well. And usually what it contains information about the offense. Maybe if they went back to talk to complainants, that will be in there. And any other thing that's relevant to the case will be in there.
They do that on everybody.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, you're welcome. Mr. Boyer.
You got it now.
Oh, yes, I'm gonna talk to my mom about that.
Judge,
Yes.
I have a page on Mr. Young.
Oh, thank you.
And to see if you think this is what you want on.
If you want to make a copy, you can make a copy of
Yes.
that. And then they'll put it in the system. And then later, somebody can tell me how to turn on and off. Because Rahul Hinojosa.
Judge, I'm present.
Hello, where's your client?
Judge, it's my understanding, I wasn't present last time, but it's my understanding he's in federal custody.
Yes. So state, do you have any idea what you all are gonna do? Because what is he in federal custody for? Does anyone know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Your Honor, either.
Is it? Yes.
I don't know.
All
if
right,
he
is
would. I
there,
did confirm
are
with
there
him
two
earlier.
cases?
No, he has a co-defendant. He's the one that informed me that,
That's
his
the,
client was in federal custody for some.
that was the one with Betty Gonzalez. She was with these two individuals
Okay.
when they were pulled over.
Is there a defense attorney here who practiced in federal court?
I do, Your Honor.
Oh, because I'm wondering if somebody can look up on their system, because I don't have access to their system anymore to see what he's in federal custody for, because this may or may not take care of this case, depending on what he's in federal custody for.
You know, Your Honor, I did reach out to the Agent Harris.
Mhm.
I don't believe it's associated with this case. I think that they are, he told me that we could proceed on our cases statewide. So I don't know if he's in custody for an additional case. That's, I mean, so something we probably need to check.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll give you all a 30-day reset and we can see where we are at that time on the federal case. Because they're not gonna, I don't think they're gonna release them to us. All right, Ms. Ferguson,
March 9th.
Well, I know that. They have, maybe looking at them, I will start for this, but then I just got an email back and. Because I emailed for the other day, and they said they're not. This guy's. For these charges, I'll make it now.
all right, who's here on John Christian Gonzalez? And is this a plea on two cases?
Yes, ma'am. Told you if we just chat a little longer, it'd work out.
Your memory is so different from mine, but
Well, That's
okay.
what happened, Judge.
All right, we're, I'll let you finish.
We're done.
You sure? All right. And this is no application. All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 0658 and 2022 CR 5924, State of Texas versus John Christian Gonzalez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Gearhead for the state, Your Honor.
Defense.
James Tochi for Mr. Gonzalez. Judge.
And are you John Christian Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, in each of these cause numbers, have you received all the discovery and did you review that with your client?
I did and I have, Judge.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review those with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment in each of the cause numbers?
We do, Judge.
Stating cause number 2022 CR 5924. Are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, ma'am. Waive, no, Your Honor, we're waiving the habitual status.
All right, any objection?
No, no, ma'am.
And you say you're waiving the habitual. Are you waiving both paragraphs then?
Waive both of them, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Waiving both paragraphs, sorry. Your Honor.
Oh, no problem. And then in cause number 2023 CR 0658, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving both the enhancements in that case as well.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
And cause number 2023 CR 0658, you're charged with driving while intoxicated third or more. And in cause number 2022 CR 5924, you're charged with evading arrest, detention, and vehicle. Both of these are third-degree felonies. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by ending this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsels, in each of the cause number, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Mr. Gonzalez, in each of the cause numbers, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, the state is asking that your punishment be assessed at 7 years in the prison. They will run concurrently. The state will take in consideration 2022 5926, 2022 5925, and 2023 CR 0657. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is at the plea?
It is, Judge.
State is at the plea.
It is, Your Honor.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeals. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, ma'am.
Then in 2023 CR 0658, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, and no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
And in cause number 2022 CR 5924, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, in each of the cases, you understate offer state exhibit number 1 with this attachment.
Without objection.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm showing you in each of the cause numbers what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony in each case. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, I can't read the writing, but with regards to the DWI and cause number 298863, which is from County Court at Law number 4. Who was the judge there in 2009?
That one should have been Judge Sarah.
Okay, still you're on, okay.
Not-
No objection to the fact that his aunt was the judge.
Oh,
No, do you have any objection?
oh, no.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute, this riffs. Fix.
It was not me, so.
All right. See, that's proof that I read everything. All right. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments and each of the cause numbers, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We are prepared for sentencing, yes, ma'am.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No judge other than follow the agreement and of course giving his credit.
All right. Anything you wish to say?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. In cause number 2022 CR 5924, the court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 7 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration 2022 CR 5926, 2022 CR 5925, 2023 CR 0657, and this will run concurrent with 2023 CR 0658. And then in cause number 2022 CR 0658, the court is finding you guilty. Court will sentence you to 7 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 5924. Take in consideration 2022 CR 5926, 2022 CR 5925, and 2023 CR 0657. Is there anything else in that cause number with regards to sentencing? All right, Mr. Gonzalez, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
understand it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign it?
Yes, sir.
Right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
33, man.
All right, and you're the first person I've seen with a Spurs tattoo that actually has it colored in.
Yeah. That was the first year they actually won the championship, I believe. Back
So
in
you're saying
99.
that's why you got that.
Yeah, I like the old school color.
All right, so where are the people who are Cowboys fans with the color? Because I just don't see.
That was before my time.
Judge, you can't see mine.
So how old are you?
33 now.
All right, so here's the thing. You were before me as a habitual, right? If you come back with felony cases, your minimum could be 25 years in prison.
Yes.
Do you have children?
No, ma'am.
All right, that's a good thing, because
Yeah.
maybe you're not ready for that.
I just have a dog.
All right, well, your dog's gonna miss you, so you
Yeah,
need
she'll be all
to change your ways. Otherwise, you're gonna end in and out of prison. You're gonna look up, half of your life is gonna have been spent in prison.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
John. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, who is here on Donald Ward or Donnell Ward?
I apologize for not having a jacket that left mine in the car. I wore my puppy jacket on the way.
Well, that's okay. I understand because, you know, this is supposed to be the South. And it's, the weather is not behaving as the South. My mom always says that she prefers to live in the South because of the weather. But now it's just the climate, it's all over the place. But you're still dressed appropriately. You have a tie.
I have a jacket. It just doesn't match and I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Now, the last thing we want is you to have a jacket that's not matching. My mom would talk about you.
I don't want to disappoint mom.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 6544, State of Texas versus Donnell Ward. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michael Villarreal for the state.
All right, so I'm gonna need you all to be quiet in the box.
Yeah.
All right, and for the defense,
Matthew Brown for Mr. Ward.
and are you Mr. Ward?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, I have, and I've reviewed it with my client.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Ward, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I need everybody to be quiet in the box. Sir,
Sorry, Your Honor.
all right. We're on the record. And the reason why I need you all to be quiet on the box is because when people design these courtrooms, they didn't ask anybody who was actually using the courtroom. Because if they would have asked, we would have said, hey, could you put this on the side where the court reporter is not so she can hear better? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review this document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you understand you're charged with repeated violation of court order of bond condition family violence? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ward, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
The court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you what's entitled plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 30 months in TDC. There's a $1,500 fine, no applications. The state will take in consideration 2022 CR 6543, 2022 CR 6545, 2022 CR 6542, grand jury number 768,535, county clerk cause number 670761. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, there's also to be no contact with Amanda Salcedo. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
I could find data for state's exhibit number 1 and its attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Ward, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 30 months in prison, give you credit for any time served. There's a $1,500 fine, time and money to run concurrent. Taking consideration 2022 CR 6543, 2022 CR 6545, 2022 CR 6542. Grand jury number 7685535, county court cause number 670761, and there's to be no contact with Amanda Salcedo. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it? Counsel, did I give you a copy of that?
You did, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong copy. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Ward, I understand that Ms. Salcedo, the person that you have the no contact with, bonded you out of jail and let you come live with her at the hotel. Here's the thing, there is no contact with her. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So don't call her, don't accept any place of residence for her. Don't do any of that anymore. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you all have children together?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you all have property together?
No, ma'am.
So there is absolutely no reason for you to contact her. That relationship is over. And if you continue, it doesn't matter if she calls you, if you end up having contact with her, that's going to be a problem. And that will probably be a violation of your parole. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, I forgot to give you this.
I don't know.
Okay, who's here on Zaragoza Tovar?
I am.
All right, if you can come forward.
And I think.
Okay. All right, so what is happening with this case?
So we pulled the reports that we needed last setting and I just got one set of them the other day, so I sent them to be uploaded. But we've been able to contact the complainant based on some information that defense gave us. Based on that contact, we need to pull jail calls. So I sent an email today already to have those jail calls pulled. So that I can turn them over to Ms. Burke, which might result in further motions. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, all right, Ms. Ferguson, on Tovar, if I can get a 30-day reset for discovery. All right, we'll be back on March 7th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Let's see what the bailiff has.
Okay. Priscilla Gonzalez. All right, have all the motions been filed on this case? And
Correct,
you're on
Judge.
that side, counsel.
Correct, Judge. Previous counsel Christine McDonald did file a motion for insanity evaluation. I've since received a email from Angela Martinez with Judge Carruthers saying that they're gonna schedule her for that evaluation, Judge.
All right, so has she already had last time we were here, there was supposed to be a competency done. So has that been completed?
That has been completed, Your Honor, yes.
And I'm assuming they found her competent. That's why we're doing the sanity now.
They found her competent, Judge, and they referred her back, as I believe they might have forgotten to schedule for the insanity evaluation. Which we believe has merit. So that's when Angela Martinez did reach out to say they're gonna schedule for that evaluation.
Has it been scheduled yet or no?
I did see a date just recently. I checked my email just now, Judge, for February 9th. Or I guess that informal inquiry as to evaluation where.
No, sanity, there's no informal inquiry.
Well,
With sanity, that's basically automatic.
Yeah, but that's the way she worded it, so I'm not sure why she may have got the, lingo confused, but I believe that's set where Judge Carruthers is gonna order the insanity evaluation to be conducted. So that's.
Sorry to interrupt. Judge, the last email I have from Ms. Martinez, there was that she's going to place it on the docket to have it addressed. I don't have a particular date from her unless the defense has received something additional.
All right.
This was from 3rd this morning.
Okay, so if she's had the competency evaluation and they determine that she's competent, the sanity evaluation is an automatic evaluation. There is no hearing to be had on whether or not somebody should have a sanity evaluation to schedule it.
Yes, Judge.
So.
So I don't believe it was scheduled.
I'm
For whatever reason.
It says here, as per Ms. Martinez in the drug script, I can show you the email, Judge. Informal inquiry, parentheses, sanity, Priscilla Gonzalez, and references this cause number, is set for an informal inquiry for the sanity evaluation on February 9th.
There's no, I mean, unless the law has changed, there's no such thing as an informal inquiry for a sanity evaluation. You ask for one, you get one.
Yes, Judge. And I'm not sure why she worded it that way, but I'm guessing that Judge Carruthers wants to see where we're at with that sanity evaluation on February 9th.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you make sure to send an email to? Thank you. Well, that's just not correct unless the law has changed. There's no inquiry into whether or not somebody should have a sanity evaluation. You ask for a sanity evaluation, you get a sanity evaluation. All right, so what we'll do is let's schedule this after February 9th to see where we are. And if you could find out what's that about.
Of course, yes.
And I will read because maybe something has changed that I don't know about.
Could be, Judge, yes, that's
Maybe
correct.
you could be. You should say, Judge, no, of course not. You know about it.
Well,
But no,
you know, I'm not
I'll
there.
look into the law on that because
Yeah.
last time I reviewed the law, there is no inquiry about
Yes,
sanity.
that's what kind of threw me off too, Judge, and I'm looking to showing up on February 9th and finding out more information. That way I can update this court as to maybe there was a change in the law. Maybe Judge Carruthers can educate me as to what
Okay,
they're doing over there.
all right, I'm gonna pull out the code book in a minute to make sure I'm educated on that if there have been changes. All right, Ms. Ferguson, what day? All right, we're gonna come back on February 16th, and we're just gonna come back, Ms. Gonzalez, so we can see what status it is from Judge Carruthers Court, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who's here? Ronald Rodriguez.
I'm on that as well, Judge.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez, Ronald Rodriguez. And where are we on these cases? I see they're new.
Yes, Judge.
So he just got put on two of them, so he hadn't had access to discovery. For some reason, they had put two different attorneys on it.
Mhm.
We're still trying to get contact with the victim. The victim's not too much information, but she's on probation, so we should be able to get over.
Okay.
So
And
based on
so,
that, we'll make an offer once we'll be able to talk to her.
all right, are you on all cases now?
Yes, Judge. Yes, so I'll be reviewing the discovery, all the cases. I have only access to a couple, but now I can thoroughly review all that and I guess see where we're at with the state's contact with the complaining witness.
All right, so you want to bring this back with your other client?
February 16th. 14th. If we can get, if we can get a little longer, Judge, it's 4 felony cases, 2 burglaries, 2 assault, family violence. There's a lot of videos I gotta go through.
Is it 13 hours of video?
See,
Nothing will be that again.
That's our standard. Is it 13 hours? All right. Ms. Ferguson, you want to do this at the end of February or beginning of March?
Sure, yes, that worked perfectly, Judge.
End of February or beginning of March?
End of February work, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we put Ronald Rodriguez at the end of February? What date? All right, March 2nd.
I think it's just that.
State, will you be able to make an offer at that time?
Yes, Judge, we would at least make an effort to contact her before then, but we've already reached out to probation.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll see you back then.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor. Maybe excuse.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Mahler is saying that you do not leave the 144 for Mr. Casablanca.
We'll go without him. Okay, thank you. Antonio Casablanca. Where is Antonio Casablanca? The White House.
I guess he just walked out there.
All right. All right, who is here on Baltimore Hinojosa? All right, if you can come forward.
I don't know.
All right, court is going to call 2022 CR 9686A, State of Texas versus Baltimore Hinojosa. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense,
Sean Sheffield, Your Honor.
are you Mr. Hinojosa?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you need to have a seat?
I'm born on board, man.
Sure. Is there an extra chair that we can give Mr. Hinojosa? Counsel, I'm going to show you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Hinojosa, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, sir.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The last time we were here, there was supposed to be an update with the federal.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm assuming that's taken
That's
care
been
of.
resolved, yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hinojosa, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand you're charged with felony in possession of a firearm? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, sir.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
That he was similarly competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hinojosa, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, sir.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. There's no application for deferred adjudication, and the state recommends community supervision. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, sir.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There you go.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is recommending a community supervision be for a term of 8 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 200 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow your recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, state exhibit along with all these attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Hinojosa, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements, police reports, and judgments, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We're asking to, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, we just ask court to follow the recommendations, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hinojosa, what's your medical condition?
I got, I'm gonna have surgery soon. I got bone on my knees, on my shoulders and my hand. I got severe arthritis, sleep apnea, and I'm epileptic.
All right, do you have any children?
I do, but they're grown and married already.
Okay. Are you employed?
I'm pending SSI right now.
So who do you live with?
I live with my friend.
And who is your friend?
He's in the back.
What's his name?
Kevin Boyd.
Kevin Boyd,
Yes,
BOYD?
yes. I'm in the process of.
That's no relation to the court. I just want everybody to know.
Yeah, but I got my own place right now, but I'm in the process of moving. So but it's still rented for the month until, and then on Friday, I'm already, well, today I'm going to pay the rent on another place.
All right, well, you need to make sure that probation knows where you live. So
Yes,
you're gonna
I
have,
spoke, yes,
We
ma'am.
discussed that. Your Honor.
all right,
yes, Your Honor.
so you'll need to provide them with the place. You understand? So are you using any drugs?
No, I don't do drugs at all.
But you're around people.
No. That do drug, well, my cousin, I mean, but
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 10 years in prison, suspended and probated for 8 years. There's a $1,500 fine to be probated. 200 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. With regards to his community service hours, if there's a reason physically he can't do community service work, he'll have to provide that information to probation.
We discussed that also.
There is to be regular UAs, regular reporting in person or by Zoom. There's to be no contact with Betty Jean Gonzalez. Or Raul Hinojosa. Field visits 1 time per month. And probation, if you want the field visits to count as his reporting, you can do that. Proof of employment or SSI within 45 days. No employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court?
No.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. You're gonna have to do better.
Right.
And stay out of cars that have weapons in them.
Thank you, Judge. I will.
All right,
Thanks, Judge. Thank you.
you're welcome. Who's here on Fernando Zepeda?
I am great. And he's present.
All right, if you'll come forward.
Mr. Palomar. Oh, sorry.
Court is calling 2022 CR 9517, State of Texas versus Fernando Zepeda. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
David A. Garcia, attorney for Fernando Cepeda.
And are you Mr. Zepeda?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks for dressing appropriately for court. Counsel, I'm going to show you what's entitled discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mrs. Zepeda, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mrs. Zepeda, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with evading arrest, detention in a vehicle? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and to enter a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, and he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is.
Mrs. Zepeda, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No,
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
no.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes. Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. The state is silent on your application. They're taking in consideration 2022 CR 6908. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Judge. State silent on his application for deferred or probation.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Not heard, Judge.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No conflict.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, state all for states exhibit 1 in all attachments.
We've reviewed states one and all attachments. We have no objections.
Mrs. Zepeda, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witness statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. We're going to come back on March 30th. At that time, I'll make a decision on your application. My decision on your application will be based upon the PSI report and any other evidence that's presented to me. All right, counsel, do you need a TAP evaluation?
No, Judge.
Okay, all right. We will see you back then.
Interesting. Comes out in March.
All right, Mr. Casablanca. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to continue you or place you on gang supervision. And he's going to do the UA hotline. I want him tested for levels.
Can we wait till my legal people are here, my
Oh,
lawyer?
this is what I'm ordering. You don't have a motion to revoke, so. There's going to be gang supervision, the UA hotline, test him for levels. And are you all doing field visits on him or no?
They've been going to my house, but when they go, I'm not home because I go to college.
And what are you studying in college?
I'm going for business management, Your Honor.
Which college?
St. Philip's College. This is my last semester. I graduate in May.
How many hours are you taking a semester?
I think it's like 17 hours, 16 or 17 hours semester.
Mhm.
This semester is my last class, so I only have like one or 2 hours.
Well, you need to provide proof to probation that you're at college.
I've given my probation officer my college classes, my actual schedule. I've given her what time I'm home. I leave her messages when I go to community service. And it's still like when they come, they don't leave. They haven't left. The first time he came, he caught me in the truck. He told me if he comes, he's gonna leave a card, and he hasn't left a card every time he's come.
Right.
And then that's why my probation officer, me and my probation officer I got upset because she's like, oh, now you have to go do a notary letter. And I'm like, I don't have time for that right now. I have a kid that I take care of by myself. I go to school. Like, just because he didn't catch me here, I don't have time to go do like that paperwork.
All right, so here's the thing. You're gonna have to do paperwork.
I don't have
That's part
time
of your
for it. Like,
probation.
I don't have
Well,
time
if you
for
go
it.
to prison, will you have time to do it?
It's a misdemeanor charge, ma'am.
Well, if you go to the Bexar County Jail, will you have time to do it?
No.
So there you go.
This is gonna be the same thing. So I was
Yeah,
just,
so you'll be at the Bexar County Jail. So that means that you need to follow through with conditions of probation. There are consequences for action. You're on probation for deadly conduct, right? So, no, stop. You're on probation. People want their lives to be the same as though they were not on probation. And you know what? If you didn't have a deadly conduct charge, you could go live your life however you want to live it, but you do, and you're on probation in this court. So what that means is, number one, you're not going to be upset and angry with the probation officer because the probation officer is doing their job. And guess what? Their job really doesn't rotate around your schedule. If they're doing a field visit at a certain time, you need to be there for that field visit. End of story.
I'm not on
on any kind of curfew or anything, so why do I gotta stay home all day? I mean, I go to school, that makes no sense. If I have a timing for school, why do I gotta be at home when I'm supposed to be at school?
Because you're on probation.
But
And
I
what
don't
I'm
have a
telling
curfew.
you is when they do a field visit, you need to be at the house for that field visit. End of story. I'm not having an argument with you. I'm telling you, these are the rules. That's where we are. When crimes are committed, there are consequences for that. Your consequence is that you're on probation. And when you're on probation, there are conditions of probation that I set, and I expect people to follow them. Probation is not going to be able to come to your house around your schedule necessarily. End of story. Is there anything else that he needs?
No, Your Honor, I just wanted to answer your question as far as
Yes.
the field visits. You did mandate 2 times a month,
Yes,
so that's what's happening.
yes, that's what I want.
Still won't be-
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, I still won't be there if I have school.
Oh, well, then a motion to revoke will be
That's fine
filed.
with me.
Well, I'm glad it's fine with you because that's what's going to happen. All right, you can have a seat. They're going to go over conditions with you. It's Monday on the Thursday.
It was like 2 days between, so like weekend to a short week.
There you
Two
go.
Mondays this week.
It
They're not
is.
there.
Yeah, it's true.
And your Monday didn't end me. Well, your first Monday.
Hey.
I don't even want to talk to you, just give me an advance. I'll talk to my lawyer right now because I'm pressing charges. Over this tonight.
Excuse me, Mr. Casablanca? I can hear you from here being rude and the court is not allowing that. Do you understand? Do you understand? All right, sit him in the box, please. Yeah.
My pocket, you don't need it. What do you need my phone for? That's my fucking phone, not yours, bitch. You don't pay the bill.
All right, could someone have Mr. Mauer, please come? And- All right.
How did we always end up with people like that? This is-
Is this my his or is that guy's? What's right here? The cell phone. Okay with it? Are you here on Roland Garza? Yes.
Oh, well, Judge, he just was handed discovery on his case. and
He's
pro se.
pro se. And I believe
All right, Mr. Garza. All right, come forward. All right, so state, were you able to tender an offer?
We did give an offer.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. Mr. Roland Garza, how long do y'all expect this trial to last?
It's hard to say, Your Honor. There are a lot of witnesses, but I think we can probably narrow it down, but it's gonna be, I would block a week off for this case, honestly.
So, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Mr. Rolanda Garza. And that will be your jury trial date and plea deadline date. So that'll be the day for you to let me know whether or not you're accepting a plea. If you choose to accept a plea before then, let the court know, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so just a second,
Well,
we're gonna give you your jury trial date.
one further issue, I don't believe he's allowed to take the discovery with him and he needs to review it.
Is he not allowed to take paperback with him? I believe he can take it as long as it's not stapled.
Under the code, we're not allowed to provide them.
What does he have?
Those are copies under 3914. It says that we're not supposed to provide.
Your Honor.
He's allowed to review.
39.14 subsection S says as long as it's redacted,
Well, here's the thing.
it's redacted, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
I understand that he shouldn't have people's addresses and everything.
Mhm.
So if somebody is able to redact that part out,
It is already redacted.
We've redacted it, Your Honor.
Well,
There's also there's also another issue because there are video statements and I know he doesn't have the ability to watch those in jail. So I don't know if we can coordinate a day where he's brought over to watch those. I don't know how that works. This is new territory for me.
let me just see.
And he wanted the time to be able to look at the discovery before he can evaluate the offer.
All right, just 1 second. Let me look at my calendar. I'm trying to figure out if we can do it on a Friday, maybe bring him over on a Friday. What's a day where I know on Friday, we usually don't have a docket because we're in jury trial. So is there a,
On Fridays.
I'm trying to figure out a day.
Are they able to do it by Zoom, George?
I think that's gonna be difficult.
200
Because they have to upload videos and everything.
Yeah.
200 gigs.
Hmm?
200 gigs of video,
200, oh yeah, that's a lot.
gigabytes.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of a day. That's a light day, so you can be brought over, you can view it, and we could have a place for you to view it in the jury room. All right, the only other days would be on a Monday. But we would have to have extra deputies if we were to view it in the jury room. Do we have ability to have that or no?
It just depends what date it is. Who's available. I'm sorry, unless we do it on Monday, we would have to be down.
Ah, are you okay with that?
After that.
All right, so then let's bring him back. We're gonna bring you back then on. Are we ready to bring him back on the 6th then for him?
I might be overactive to make judge.
Okay.
Admin.
Well, how about the 13th or the 27th?
13 is Festivus.
Yeah, I know it's best of us. That's true.
I'll try the 6th.
And we can try to get one of those juror laptops or something so we can set him up to watch them.
So we'll bring you back on the 6th, so you'll have a chance to watch that.
Okay, Your Honor, and she's gonna make copies of that and then I'll receive them.
Yes, we'll do that on the 6th as well. And state if you want to have a hearing on whether or not he's entitled to that, the court will hear that.
Your Honor, it's already been a year and I still haven't been able to even just sit down there 5-10 minutes in the jury box, an hour that charging, but it's
Well,
not.
time out. Here's the thing, we're coming back on the 6th. And you will be able to sit there all day on the 6th. And we will bring you back until you've had a chance to review everything.
Okay, so we can keep on coming back until I have a chance to.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, now, of course, we're not gonna be coming back for a year, but you will be able to be in the box all day to review whatever you need to review.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll, because the handcuffs make it kind of hard to go through the pages, read them.
Here's the thing, I'm not in charge of security.
Okay.
So the person who's in charge of security are the deputies. And I'm a firm believer that everybody should stay in their lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And by that, I mean, I don't try to be a court reporter because I'm not a court reporter. I don't try to be the deputy because I'm not a deputy. So they're in charge with security. And if they feel as though handcuffs are what you should be in, then I'm not going to interfere with that, okay?
I understand, Your Honor. It's just, that's a lot of paperwork to go over and to do it within a certain amount of maybe 8 hours when they've had the prosecution has had over a year to go over it. And then you're gonna set me for trial, it's gonna place me at a further disadvantage.
All right, are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, so what I said, you will have plenty of time to review whatever needs to be reviewed. I'm not gonna put you to trial until you reviewed it, but what I'm telling you is, I'm not gonna have you reviewing that for an entire year. But I will bring you back from the jail so you can review all documents, so they can review all videos. You will be allowed to do that before I give you your plea deadline date and before I give you your jury trial date.
Thank you.
And state if there is, if you want to have a hearing on whether or not he's entitled to that, the court can hear that on the 6th as well. Okay. All right, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll bring you back on February 6th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Yes.
Stand by, counsel. I'm not required to be reading through the whole thing.
No.
Okay. Just fine.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Can I be excused?
Yes.
Yeah. See you later.
What do you thought would happen?
Not his baby.
All right, how many more cases do we have left? Okay. And what about James Myerett's client, Robert Joseph Brock? No.
I think Mario Bena is a.
Oh, I don't know. She was like,
All right, thanks. And so we have Sergio
should be a thing, but we still don't.
Alvera.
That was a PTE.
Okay. All right, and then Untambasi Inquiry.
That is Bill Brooks. He can kind of put 9, he's just waiting for people to work on southern things.
Yeah, we have no other. It's not, he hasn't picked it up.
And then we need Juan Davila with Gary Barton.
That female came in, I went over. Pretty frustrating. You better go. Just read that, just read 9.
Okay. And then we have Mario Tovar with Anita Garza.
She's here, I don't know where she's at.
And then do we do Juan Carranza with Melissa Christian?
Yes, ma'am. Then we scheduled that for March 28th.
Right, and we did Padilla, Zepeda. Did we do Priscilla Gonzalez?
Priscilla Gonzalez needs a site eval, I think.
Okay.
Yes, the status of Sandy is coming back on February 6th.
Okay. And then Ronald Rodriguez, that's done. And senior is done.
February 7th.
And Jesse Robago.
I saw Austin maybe in here.
That's what I'm hearing. All but knowledge.
I think he came. Philip, yeah, just.
Who's a Bia? All right, could I see the file on Robago, please?
Denise said she's on her way, Judge.
All right.
Did you see Garcia back at the videos?
Okay. I know. I need to be firm on the. Yes, I need to be firm on that. Yes, who are you here for?
I'm here on Mario Josue Tovar Hernandez, Your Honor. I don't know what page it's on. This one was previously reset because he was in ICE custody.
Yes.
And so now we're reset for today. I spoke to his father in the morning. He said that he was possibly in Uvalde. So I called the Uvalde Sheriff's Office, and the prosecutor and I both spoke to the person in the jail, and he is there, but he has a pending charge in Uvalde. So I guess they picked him up from the ICE facility, and so he is there. So he is not a bond forfeiture.
Okay, so what is going to happen with this case?
So we're gonna ask for just a short recess so that I can confirm that he is in Uvalde, and we'll probably be dismissing this case.
All right, 2 weeks, enough time?
2 weeks, Judge, that's.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 2-week reset on Mario Tovar?
We can come back on the 16th.
All right,
I'll put it on my
February
calendar.
16th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, and we're gonna go on the record. 2022 CR 7214, State of Texas versus Jesse Robago. Could I have announcement from the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 12:44 p.m. The defendant, Jesse Rabago, has not been in the courtroom. Deputy, has announcement been made outside the courtroom for Jesse Rabago? Oh, no problem.
And Judge, just really briefly, so Austin did come in and speak with me. I think he had some sort of trial docket. I just was in here for about a minute. He asked me to look into some discovery. I had emailed DPS about it. I haven't gotten a response yet. And then he made a counter offer to my offer. I just wanted to make sure.
Sure, no problem.
So Austin did come in to speak, but he didn't really have much time.
Okay. All right, so the deputy has made an announcement. The defendant is not present outside state.
Your Honor, state would move for a bond forfeiture.
That'll be granted and he'll be remanded without bond.
No, but he was like a roller coaster. Yeah. I'm buying the White House. Okay. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, oh, it was a cover. Name on my.
All right, do we have anyone else ready for paperwork?
You want one of us to hang out for Mr. Costa, right? It's a family violence.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Nichols, that paperwork out.
Okay. All right.
Same going over there.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Cox. Yes. All right, state, who is on Joseph Harris? It's the murder case. It's set for tomorrow. So I know you all are scheduled to review medical records. But Mr. Cox is asking for a reset because he's going to be at a CLE.
I don't oppose a reset, Judge, and
Although Mr. Cox doesn't need a CLE because he's up to date on everything, but
They want me to
there is,
administer.
yeah, at some point, it's like, you should not have to do any more CLEs.
Capital murder one, so I
Okay,
got it.
all right.
I'm trying to stay on the list.
So I'm assuming that this is a lot of medical records because it is a murder case and your client is in custody.
No, he's out. Wow.
Okay.
He's the one that always, you say, always dress like he's going to church. And
He does, he always dresses appropriately. You know, you can't tell people to dress like they're going to church now because sometimes
that's right.
there's a miscommunication. All right, so state, I'm gonna give them a reset for 30 days, if you're okay with that.
That's okay, Judge.
All right, so we're gonna reset it for 30 days. You'll need to let your client
I'll
know.
let him know that.
And state, at that time, I'm gonna expect an offer because the defense is still waiting on an offer from the state.
No problem, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Mr. Harris? Tomorrow.
You set for tomorrow.
All right, so it'll be March 13th.
Okay. I'm actually waiting on a dismissal, Judge, but until that time, I guess we'll get an offer.
All right, Mr.
Plenty of time.
Gerhard, he's waiting on his dismissal,
I'll find that misdemeanor.
They don't have to frame it. They don't have to frame it.
but you're not asking for a letter of apology.
No, none of that.
I'll give you the letter of
You
apology.
know, I once had a client, they wanted a dismissal and a letter of apology. I'm like, yeah, maybe we should ask for the letter of apology.
Thank you. All right.
All right, could I have a prosecutor? Court is calling 2022 CR 10345A, State of Texas versus Robert Joseph Roth. Could I have a state announced for the record?
Daniel Escobar from the state of Texas.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 12:48 p.m. The defendant did not make appearance. Deputy, was there an announcement made for Mr. Roth in the hallway?
Yes, it was initially out there.
All right, state.
Your Honor, state moves for a bond forfeiture.
All right, that will be granted and he'll be remanded without bond.
You do say so yourself.
All right, we're gonna go back on the record on 2022 CR 10345A on Robert Roth. The court will issue a judge's warrant since it's a PR bond. And remand the defendant without bond. Thank you.
Which I thought I made good use of mine 2 days that we weren't able to come in. I was like, I'm gonna work on my health. And I did a arm work.
Oh, wow.
I'm severely regretting it.
Well, you and Jason, we're gonna be in charge of the, I think they have a wellness, whichever court loses the most weight or something. You are gonna be in charge of that, but then Jason's like, oh, I get up every morning, I don't know, some ridiculous hours, 5 a.m. or something, and runs. I don't think we can do that.
I get up at 5:30 every day, but I don't do anything productive. That's me. That's me.
Well, I get up at 5:30 a.m. and I set my alarm, but I use that to set it on snooze. And then every 5 minutes it goes off. I really should say snooze, give me 30 minutes, but
I set like 5 alarms.
oh my God.
I would.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's my husband. He'll snooze, and I'm like, just that one, you get up.
But no, during those snooze times, you're like, I'm supposed to be retired. And then you're like, I'm not retired. So you finally, and then since it's cold, you have to stick your big toe out from under the covers, then you put it back in. So
I have to wear alarms because I can't hear the first 3 that go off until the last one. I'm like, okay, time to go. I don't know what it is, and my alarm will go off. I will not hear it.
well, my mom is a good alarm clock for me because she'll call. She's
Oh, I
like,
bet she does.
you didn't call me. Did you oversleep? So
Oh,
Well, they're making, I thought, it's Amazon coming up with a light. Trying to fix.
oh no, I don't need that.
But you'll get up.
Supposedly there's some kind of lamp that they have now that will simulate outside light when it's time for you to get up.
That's even probably good for your.
Yeah, and it's slowly. I have a couple of friends who actually lived in Alaska, and they said when they were in that rotation where it's like dark all the time, wasn't good.
I don't know, they do, like, it's just if it's light all the time. You know, it gets real good. Like, good curtains and iPads or something. That seems miserable.
But I will tell you, while I was with my mom, I discovered 2 great shows. Midsummer Murders, which I don't understand how that town has a population because there's like 5 murders an episode. Usually it's a minimum of 4 murders. And then we started watching Poker Face on Peacock.
Oh, how is it?
It is very good. Yes. So my mom reminded me that today they have the next episode.
I have the can't stand an actor, so I'll watch that inside. But we started watching The Last of Us with, what's his name?
The guy from Game of Thrones,
Yes.
Pascal.
Interesting.
He looks completely different from when he was in Game of Thrones.
You know, he's from San Antonio.
I did not know that. Wow.
So only, you know, we'll get much.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take what we can get.
Well, you know who else is from San Antonio? The guy who plays on Psych. He was Rothenay.
Oh.
He's from San Antonio. Went to Churchill.
I don't know about her.
Yeah. And the other person who's from San Antonio is from Supernatural, Padalecki.
I think I've heard that.
And Eccles, I think, is from Austin, or either he was in San Antonio, moved to Austin.
Wow.
Someday, all these facts that I have in my head will come.
You're gonna be on vacation in New York City, you're on a cabin or something.
Yes, I am, and I'm gonna go through with cash cab, win $1 million or something.
So it wasn't. I mean, obviously. I mean, we had. It's funny. A lot of that. Oh. That's just.
Mario Peña.
What if it just. So I was like.
He's on the right.
It's got a-
I'm sorry, who's on the right? Okay.
Like it's. Both like with the different. But just. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have this, this.
I'm gonna take somebody out. Yeah.
I just was.
That's why.
Yeah, because he got, well, yeah,
That's like-
but he filed the same motion in his murder and it got dismissed 2 weeks later.
So you order, you order,
Watch out. I just said, I thought them on that. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna be embarrassed. Which is sort of comical because I mean, the other reported did a very good job. And obviously got away with that. So we got away with it. I think it was.
That's one thing.
I think it was legit self-defense.
Yeah, that's not much.
All right, who's here on Mario Pena?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen it? Okay.
And counsel, do you need a seat? Counsel. Counsel.
Victor Nichols.
Yes. Do you need a seat? Hi. Do you need a chair?
No,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 0215, State of Texas versus Mario Pena. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Your Honor, Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Stephen Nicholas for defendant Mario Pena.
And are you Mr. Pena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Pena, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, at this time, we are going to make an oral motion to amend the indictment. I did confer with the defense and what we are amending is the date of the second prior DWI. It is alleged 1st of February. We are amending that to reflect February 28, 2010, Your Honor.
There's no objection.
All right. Mr. Pena, do you understand that the state is requesting that the indictment be amended to change the second paragraph They're asking that it be changed to the following. And it is further presented in and to said court that prior to the commission of the aforesaid offense on the 28th day of February 2010 and cause number CCNO 19988 in the county court of Live Oak County, Texas, the defendant was convicted of an offense relating to the operating of a motor vehicle while intoxicated. Did you understand that that is what the state is requesting that the amendment be?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Do you understand that's a substantive change to this indictment? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that your attorney has certain rights? Your attorney namely has 10 days to prepare for jury trial. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing that, do you still wish to proceed with the amendment from the state?
Is that the plea bargain or?
No, do you still wish to proceed with this case, knowing that the state is making an amendment that's a substantive change to the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And defense, you're in agreement to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pena, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated, third or more? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow it. If for any reason the court does not follow it and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He's been able to assist me. We've discussed the case. And any defense,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
he does. Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Pena, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than a plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. The state recommends community supervision. There's no application for deferred adjudication, and there's $60 restitution to DPS for testing. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 5 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours of community service restitution, 10 days in the Bexar County Jail, ignition interlock device for half the term, DWI intervention, DWI victim impact panel, and 2 years Texas driver's license suspension. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then for the offenses charged, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Pena, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits one and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
So, yes, yeah.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
If you were gonna follow the recommendation of the 10-day jail sanction. He has Sunday and Monday.
Sundays and Mondays, yes.
I'll give you 20 days GPS. If I do the jail sanction, I do the jail sanction where you have to do the 10 days straight. So you can either do 20 days GPS. Are you working?
Yes, ma'am, 2 jobs.
All right. If you're working 2 jobs, then what are your hours for work?
Right now, my primary job is with Chase Bank, 4:45 PM through 1:15 AM in the morning, and then second job is with McDonald's. Right now, they're fluctuating the hours, so 7 AM through 2 PM.
All right, do you work on the weekends?
I work Saturdays, yes, ma'am, and with the other job, they're still trying to figure out what days I'm gonna have off.
All right, then I'll do in lieu of the 10 days in the Bear County Jail because of health concerns at the jail. I'll do 60 days GPS.
Okay,
The only thing you'll be allowed to do on GPS is go to work and go home.
okay. And
You can do the 10 days straight in the Bear County Jail.
10 days. Yes, waiving. I do have an apartment and I do go between my apartment and my mother's home.
Your 60 days GPS, you'll be allowed to work and go to your home. That's it.
Okay, will I be able to go to both addresses?
No,
Okay, so just the primary address then?
yes.
Okay, well, I have to update the probation officer because I have my mom's address as the primary address right now.
Now, wherever you're living, that's where you're gonna go.
Okay,
So you give them whatever address that you're gonna be living at, because I'm only gonna allow you to go to work and go home.
okay,
Okay?
yes, and I can go to work with the hours that I have, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Did you reduce or eliminate the GPS monitor fee?
No. That's a different contract. People need to write to the legislature about that. I don't have any control over that company and I can't order them to do that. They say there's a GPS that is free, but I haven't seen it.
I hadn't even heard.
Well, there's one, like under their contract,
Oh.
they're supposed to have one free GPS.
Oh,
I've heard of it. I've heard rumors of it, but I have not seen it.
all right.
I guess in the words of the 10 Commandments, they either need to bring it to me in a bottle if it's a myth or bring it to me in chains, but I haven't seen it. All right. So do you have any children?
no, ma'am.
So why are you drinking so much? How often were you drinking?
It was just a lot of things that were going on at the time, and with this, I've stopped totally drinking. I've not drank since I've gotten arrested.
All right, because you know, people who are driving intoxicated, usually if they're in an accident, they're just fine. They end up killing somebody else.
Yes, Your
Then
Honor.
they come to court crying because they didn't mean to.
Yes.
So how are you getting it?
Answer the judge's question about how much drinking. Answer the judge's question about how much you're
I was drinking every day. Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because I saw this started at 4 AM or something drinking. So it would probably be best for you not to have any alcohol in your home. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm not going to allow you to work any place where alcohol or be at any place where alcohol is their main source of income. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you can't go to any ice houses or anything of that nature or clubs. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court is going to do a $1,500 fine. That'll be probated. 5 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 5 years. $60 restitution to DPS. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. 60 days GPS partial for work in lieu of the 10 days Bear County Jail. ignition interlock for half the term. DWI intervention. DWI victim impact panel, and that's going to be live. If they still have live. If they don't have live, then he can just do regular. 2 years, Texas driver's license suspension. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation. And follow those recommendations. If TAP recommends inpatient treatment, we'll start with intensive outpatient treatment. I'm going to want 90 meetings in 90 days. That's after the 60 days GPS. 200 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to do that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want field visits. One time per month, and probation, if you all want to use that as his reporting, you can. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And the defendant is to have no contact with any establishment whose primary purpose is alcohol sales. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
Your Honor, did you mention UAs?
Yes, thank you. And we'll do regular UAs. Could you tell them to make sure they test for alcohol? All right, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because it's a bargain agreement, because I followed the bargain agreement, because you raised the right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. Probation will go over conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Good seeing you. I'm glad you're up and around,
Yeah.
but you still have to take it easy.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it all.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, Amethyst Garcia. Court is calling 2021 CR 2958, State of Texas versus Amethyst P. Garcia. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
for the defense? All right, and are you Miss Garcia?
Yes.
All right, Miss Garcia, I'm showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication. I'm sorry, motion to revoke community supervision and state's motion to supplement pending motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Amethyst P. Garcia who's placed on community supervision in 2021 CR 2958 for the offense of possession of controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams on April 18, 2022 for a term of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes.
All right, state.
Judge, I believe that Judge Angelini had already had a plea of truth on this one, and I believe that a PSI was supposed to be done.
All right, nobody, yeah, there's nothing written down on the docket.
Yeah, we played last week.
All right, so what did you plead true to? Oh, that's okay, because nothing's written down.
Yeah, well, I mean, we call Angelini, he'll have it in his head.
Okay,
I did do they already completed the PSI and stuff, but they said if anybody has to let them know to do so.
okay. And I don't even have,
No, the PSI is not completed, the report.
okay, so why do I just have this one case? Was there a PSI?
There was an error in the system, Judge. One case, one of the MTRs was set for today, and then the PSI date was set for March 2nd.
Ah,
So it might have just changed.
We had two different dates on this, that's why everything confused and not ready.
okay, so when is the date coming back?
March 2nd.
All right, we'll be back on March 2nd.
And Your Honor, we're at court to, I think, on the MTR, she does not have a bond set. At court to set a bond, she like to bond out before sentencing.
All right, if you'll file a motion, the court will consider
Yes,
it,
Your
but
Honor.
I don't know anything about.
Yes, I know, Your Honor, because we thought it was gonna be handled today.
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, there aren't any notes to what. The notes that I have in the system says that the MTR was not heard. So I'm not quite sure that there was.
Oh,
Or-
no, that's right. We pled to the new case.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll come back on
Yes.
March 2nd. And we'll see where we are then.
The PSI has been completed. The report just won't be done until later on in the month. The 24th is what the officer has given me.
All right, so if you'll be in contact with probation, if
Yes,
they
Your
have
Honor.
it sooner, we'll put it on the
I'll file
docket.
the motion for the bond.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Tuesday, a query? Yes. All right, so what is happening with this case?
Judge, the state and I would like to agree to a reset. Previously, we had been working with Mr. Sanders on this case. It is actually interesting. It's complex.
And Daniel's spoken with Ms. Brooks and they're gonna do some research on their side. So they're gonna need at least minimum 2 to 3 weeks.
If we could, Judge, also there's some surveillance video that's not been uploaded.
Is it over 13 hours?
No, actually, I've been through the 13 hours.
Okay.
No, it's not, that part of it's not complicated, Judge. For what it's worth too, my client understands the situation and he's very much in agreement with us because we're trying to use diplomacy to work through the situation.
Right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on a query?
March 13th.
All right, and how do you pronounce your last name?
Inquiry.
Oh, okay, great. And your first name?
Utama Boss.
All right, Tamabasi. I'll remember that. All right, the 13th is the last day that I'm setting this for something to be figured out as far as the state making an offer and everything, okay?
That's fair enough, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other cases left on the docket?
There's a plea on Luna.
Okay. Right, we will do that.
About Mr. Capablanca.
Okay. Has anyone been in touch with Mr. Mauer?
He's stuck in the 124th step.
That's what he told me too.
They won't let him go.
Okay. Just 1 second.
I received confirmation he is in fact in the 144th.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, proof sister, man.
I'm sorry. Oh, today. Yes.
Okay, so. Occupational.
Yeah, I'll review it. Yes.
For you or e-file it.
Oh, it's probably best that you not e-file it because I know they're encouraging people to e-file it, but then it gets lost in the system.
Okay. Okay, so burn it to you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a Monday again.
But you know, it's a Monday combined with, what is this, Thursday? It's combined with Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a Monday upstairs.
So I made me watch our children yesterday. And even. It was fine. That's fine.
Hey.
Oh, who's the 144? Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, I'll take it on.
2 Mondays in a week this time. Instead of other weeks, feels like it's been a full week and it's like 2 days off. Yeah. It's a weird, but I think some people pick on a Monday. And they had to wait, they had to start back, they start the next trial.
I'll send a message. I'll send you the message to the law court.
And I got that.
There he is.
Ah.
Oh, it's here. No.
Thank
it's
you.
not Right here.
Hi.
Luckily, my lengthy delay in the 144th just happened to wrap out into 130.
Luna?
Okay.
Okay, I'll see you. You too, man. I'm on the page.
I'm gonna escape. I'm gonna head up there. I don't know if I could put up with the excitement.
have 30 seconds to
Sure.
confer on it. So. Steps. Creepiness.
And Deputy Lord, this is our last case, correct? Although I'm not doing the Angelini lunches for wimps. I'm not doing that. Sorry.
That on my Festivus list.
May we have like a minute? But
Sure.
I'm sorry, it's totally on me. I forgot to ask a question.
Okay, no problem. And if you guys could make sure you look over the indictment, because the indictment says false statement during purchase, but then you all are pleading him to a felon in possession of a firearm.
So that false statement in connection with the purchase is the conviction.
Okay.
The underlying conviction used for the felon in possession.
All right.
That's the subject of discussion.
Sure. Hi.
Judge, I think we're all better now.
Okay. All right. Haven't brought out, is he gonna apologize to probation?
Would you, I didn't know you wanted him to, but if you'd like, I'll talk to him.
Yes.
Like I said, I've represented Antonio for about 10 years, and there are a lot of, I wouldn't say psychiatric issues, but a lot of nerve issues.
Okay.
I mean, he probably should have been evaluated for better court, but
And I didn't wait for you because I was not taking him to custody. It's just a
it wouldn't, I
compliance.
mean, and I couldn't get out of that 144th, and then now all these county courts are like, where are you? I'm like, I don't know, don't you know you're supposed to wait?
Yeah. Thank you.
Judge, you already signed the amended conditions, I think.
Yes.
Judge might be excused.
Yes, you may be excused.
Thank you. I guess he's released since he's already signed his condition.
All right. And he's already spoken
Yes.
with Ms. Abrams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, it's fine in here. I don't know what you get.
Well, we have just this last case and then we're done for today. I'll still be here, but we're done.
I don't know if Melanie responded or not, but she did tell me that she's gonna give me 2.
Okay,
So
all right. She hasn't responded either.
even when Michael doesn't say.
Okay. And somebody left this for me.
I think Angelini was reading.
Oh,
that.
Angelini.
Oh, the happiest, least stressful, most meaningful jobs in America.
I'm gonna guess attorney is not on there.
No, they say farmers and lumberjacks. Let me see. What's on the list?
Oh, I'm trying to find them.
Arts and entertainment is up high.
Other cost numbers on that.
Meaningful.
That's stuff.
I don't think you get paid much.
They say that the stress is very high though. For these other jobs, finance and insurance, high stress.
Mhm.
Oh, they didn't even bother to put attorneys on this. They're like,
They're just doing.
they didn't put probation officers either.
Did you get to see your niece?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Oh, it was a lot of fun. You know, I've been trying to find, her favorite movie is Tad the Explorer.
I love that one.
Oh, it's great.
I'm amazed there's a kid movie. I don't know.
You should watch Tad. I think your children, their ages, they would still like Tad the Explorer.
TAD. Tad.
Yes. And I think there are 3 movies, but I'm trying to find a action figure.
I'll look
For
into
that.
it. I'll look into it.
Well, thank you very much.
When are you going back? Next time?
March.
March.
I'm gonna be there the week of the spring break.
These are delegates.
You fly when you go there?
Yes, but this time I'll be driving.
Okay. I have lots of little girl baby stuff I don't need. So. If I have stuff, I'll run it by you.
Sure.
My little girls are bigger. But she's bad.
All right, bye-bye. Mr. Brooks, do you want to do yours today or you want to come back tomorrow?
We're pulling the judgment on Pacer just to make sure the language matches up with.
Okay.
So
All right, sure,
I'm
no
so
problem.
sorry, Judge.
Oh, no need to
It was-
apologize.
It was just brought to my attention as we were going through the paperwork.
So we had 6 more weeks of winter. Mr. Groundhog.
You were convicted of
So for this one, you can send out.
Yeah. So we're good if we.
Oh, he did this, yeah, just no problem. You were lucky I have a Pacer account. Because that's, most of them do not have people. And then on most fucking computers.
They should be.
Not the only. But.
I could have considered myself. Sorry.
Oh, do you do federal work?
I-
I already talked to the friends over there, they're thinking.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries. What are they kind of?
Better thank her.
She said that she would get back with me in this, because I don't want to remove it.
But you don't have those.
Or you know what, it might be there.
Okay, let's not.
If you, what you did is, yeah, okay, I'll hold off on it. Okay. She said she's gonna email me if the judge. And I'll let you know. I mean, I can.
You ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Awesome. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 6639, State of Texas versus Robert Lee Luna. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
for the defense?
Will Brooks for Mr. Luna, Judge.
And are you Mr. Luna?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and that you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge, I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Luna, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Luna, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with felony in possession of a weapon? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow that agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow the agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked? Court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, you have, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, and yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Luna, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at a cap of 6 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine and the state is opposing your applications. Did you understand that to be a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No conflict.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objections to states one or attachments, Judge.
Mr. Luna, I'm showing you what's entitled wavering consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it? In
Yes,
all
ma'am.
the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports and judgments, but most importantly, there would be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. We're going to come back on March 30th. At that time, the court will make a decision on your application. That decision will be based upon the PSI report and any other evidence that's presented. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, is a TAP evaluation required?
Yes, Judge, I think it would be appropriate in this case.
All right, so probation, it'll be PSI plus TAP, and we'll be back on March 30th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Well, happy early Valentine's to all y'all.
Oh, well, thank you very much. All right, is there anything else? Norma, we're done? Yay. All right, so we are done for today. See everybody tomorrow.